Right, ladies. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Flutter Global Summit 2025 by Geekle is about to start. Let me just finish a few minor preparations for you, and yes, here we are. So happy, so happy, so happy to have you here today. Flutter Global Summit is the place where Geekle is gathering the most professional speakers and the innovators who knows about Flutter much more than most of the people in this world. And we are so happy to welcome all of them and learn from them. I'm Ed Nadine. I am founder and CTO at Geekle, and yeah, let me tell you a bit about this event while you are greeting each other in chat, saying where you're from and what's going on your side. So, as always, if you are not the first time with us, you know how everything works. But today, I'll tell for newbies how it works, right? So, our event's structured in 2 days. First day is just started. We call it Flutter Day. We talk about the framework, about use cases around new features and stuff, and we have 3 blocks and 3 Q&A sessions, live Q&A sessions after each block, while most of these sessions are pre-recorded. Tomorrow, the day 2, we call it AI Day. AI, it's something you need to learn these days. So yeah, and we also have 3 blocks, 3 Q&A sessions, and yeah, if you have our full access ticket with the recordings, with access to tomorrow's session, that's actually cool. If not, just use this promo code and get this 20% discount for tomorrow. Let me just tell you what's going on here and what you can expect today in these sessions. Flutter in-app purchases simplified would be the first topic. Then we go to building high-performance Flutter web apps. Next is pub workspaces, new built-in monorepo support. Zero to hero building your first on-device AI assistant in Flutter. Patrol driving UI test architecture for Flutter. Next is Gotta Go Fast, how we build a racing team app with Flutter. Crash handling with Sentry. Introduction to Data Connect. And the last would be OTT apps with Flutter. So you see, it's pretty packed with cool stuff, really deep. Actually, for as for the first day, normally first day is kind of junior day where we invite speakers who are not who shares not too deep topics, but this time you have it all for free. And tomorrow is an AI day. And we say the first topic would be building an AI powered language teaching app with Flutter, Firebase, and Gemini. Then integrating on device AI models into Flutter apps. That's an interesting one. Then we go Flutter Agents, Google's Agent Development Kit. Next is going full stack, Flutter with LLMs and RAG. Lots of buzzwords, but these guys, believe me, these guys know what they're talking about. Then we go Flutter Dev Tools, build pseudo-scale generator with AI. Supercharge your Flutter Gen AI apps with MCP. Then vibe coding that works. I love that the concept of vibe coding. First, you need to vibe code something, then unvibe code something. Anyway, how to feed LLM your knowledge. Agentic AI in action, a Flutter developer's guide. Beyond chatbots, unlocking Gemini's potential through Flutter. Whoa. And the last one, producer/consumer apps delivered swiftly by modular architecture. Right. And if you have access to, if you have the full ticket access, then you have access to tomorrow's day with AI topics. And the most important thing, you have access to Geekle AI Navigator. Is a place where all recordings stored, and you can access them like 6 months after this event. Anyway, if you don't even have the full access to Flutter, you can go there and buy the subscription and watch not just Flutter events, but all recordings we have under simple subscription. One more thing I want to share with you about is our CTO Global Summit 2025, which is incredible stuff. We are creating this program for obviously CTOs and engineering managers, where they discuss the AI transformation in software development lifecycle. Right now, we have more than 400 CTOs joined this event, and lots of great speakers. So please check out the website and share with your management about this event. I'm sure they will be grateful and would love to join there. So, as always, I just remind you the flow. You write question in the chat or comments to this stream. Everyone who has full access ticket has a certificate in 1 or 2 days after the event. Again, go ahead and enroll for Geekle Navigator to follow up the recordings, which will arrive something like in 1 week after the event is finished. And if you still don't have any tickets for tomorrow's AI sessions, go ahead and use this live discount code so you get a 20% discount easily. No more chatting. I want you to just dive into the content, the knowledge, and the first speaker of today's first block is Yi Chen, talking about Flutter in-app purchases simplified, pro tips, best practices, and pitfalls with Revenue Cat. Let's do it.
Hi everyone, welcome to my talk. I'm really excited to be here and share this topic with you. Flutter in-app purchase simplified, pro tips, best practice, and pitfalls with Revenue Cat. Today we'll dive into in-app purchase and how the Revenue Cat platform can help us streamline the process, improve the user experience, and make our monetization more effective. I hope this session gives you some fresh ideas and insights for your own apps. Let me start with a quick introduction. I'm Yi, based in Taipei, Taiwan, that's in East Asia. I'm the organizer of Flutter Taipei, a community where we host meetups and events to support the Chinese community and help more developers get involved. Right now, I'm leading Her Fit, a fitness app focused on empowering women. I'm also the mobile lead at Patient Labs, where we are building AI-powered character products. Earlier this year, in 2025, I published a book called Flutter Brave, written for the Chinese community, but we are working on an English version that will be available internationally soon. If you are interested, feel free to follow along. All right, that's enough about me. Let's dive into today's topic. I would like to start by sharing this image. Does it feel a little too familiar? Kind of like our daily life as developers, right? You have probably been using all kinds of LLM tools, letting AI, ChatGPT, Cloud help you write code, design UI, even generate documentations. These days, all it takes is a late night idea, and within just a few evenings, you've built a product. By the next day, you are posting it on X or Threads, asking friends to give it a try. This is what I like to call the vibe to shipping era. If you have got the vibe, you can ship. And once you can ship, you might even make money from it. So today I want to explore one simple question. When you already have the vibe, the product, and the users, what's the next step? You should monetize after having a good vibe. If you are planning to launch your mobile product and let users pay for the value you provide, then in-app purchase are likely the first big hurdle you will have to face. Today, I will walk you through how we use Revenue Kit to help our product monetize efficiently and with high quality. So, why have we seen an explosion of IAP-based products over the past couple of years? Let's take a quick look at what's happening in the market. With the rise of AI, the emergence of vibe coding, developers can now bring apps to market faster than ever. That means faster monetization and more energy to focus on innovation. According to revenue data, in-app purchase earnings surpassed 150 billion US dollar in 2024, making it the primary revenue stream for mobile apps, far beyond AD-based income. By the end of 2025, the market is expected to more than double. Currently, it's estimated that 1.5 to 2 million apps are monetizing through IAP or similar methods. Around 57 of all apps now offer subscription. So what exactly is IAP, in-app purchase? IAP refers to purchase of digital items directly within your app. And there are three main types, each suited for different user needs and product experiences. First, we have consumables. These are items that users can use up and buy again, like energy points, potions, weapon, in-game currency. In gaming apps, this is very common. Second, we have non-consumables. These are one-time purchase that user keeps forever, like unlocking a feature, removing ADs, or buying a special tool. Once you buy it, it's yours for life. And third, the most common model today, subscription. This gives users access to premium content or features over time. It could be monthly, quarterly, or yearly, and usually renews automatically. Think of these like pro access or unlocking advanced features. Each of these has its own best use case and plays a big role in how we design the user experience around monetization. If you look around, you will notice that successful apps today are using IAP subscriptions. But why is that? The biggest advantage is predictable recurring revenue. Once a user makes their first purchase and links a payment method, the subscriptions renews automatically. This encourages long-term retention and gives the product team more stability in planning and forecasting. It's not just indie developers. Major apps like Notion and Capcom are also monetizing through IAP subscriptions. So it's not just a trend, it's a proven, scalable business model. So at this point, you might be thinking, is there a way to integrate IAP easily without spending tons of time dealing with code? And the answer is yes. There's a powerful tool, it's called Revenue Kit. The truth is, integrating IAP isn't just about adding a button to your app. It actually involves a lot of behind-the-scenes process, like validating receipts, handling cancellations, and more. Building all of that on your own can be overwhelming. That's why we chose Revenue Kit. It takes care of all the heavy lifting, so we don't need to build a full IAP system from scratch. Geekle is a one-stop platform designed specifically for mobile apps and subscription feature. It integrates Apple and Google and takes care of most complicated parts like validation and server webhooks. Even better, RevenueCat gives you built-in analytics like churn rate, monthly recurring revenue, active subscriptions, and more. You can customize it. You get a clear view of your app's performance over time. With it, your team can stay on top of every subscriber status in real time. When they start trial, cancel, renew, upgrade, or change plans, you can fully understand every user. Let's first take a look at the traditional in-app purchase flow. If you are building everything yourself, there are several stages to manage it. Your apps talk to Store SDK, you handle receipt validation, and you will need a backend server to track subscription status and logic. It's complex and time-consuming. Every stage of IAP flow can go wrong. On the app side, you might run into SDK integration issues. On the store side, payment can fail and get stuck. And on the backend, you need to handle receipt validation and make sure the user status stays in sync. These are all critical points that require careful handling if you are building your own IAP system. Once we adopted Revenue Cat, we reduce our development and maintenance effort. From the moment a purchase is triggered in the app, Revenue Cat takes care of validation, subscription status updates, and even syncing between platforms. All we have to do is listen for the success or failure callbacks and then grant the user the appropriate access or feature. From this moment on, you can stop worrying about building your own IP infrastructure and instead focus on what matters, your product and user experience. Before you start integrating IAP, there's one important setup step. You need to add your product to both the app stores and Revenue Cat. Each product represents an actual in-app item the user can purchase. And remember, every product has a unique product ID that cannot be changed later. So it's a good idea to use clear and consistent naming, like based on version, promotion, or season. For example, V1, V2, promote, spring, summer 2024. This makes further tracking and management much easier. Let's talk about one of the core elements in Revenue Cat, the package. A package is used to group the same product across different platforms. This ensures that no matter where user makes a purchase, Apple, Google, or even Stripe, is mapped back to the same logical item into your app. This cross-platform alignment makes handling purchases a lot smoother. The second key concept is the entitlement. It defines what a user gets after a purchase, like premium access or AD removal. For example, buying product A might grant the gold entitlement, and buying product C could grant diamond entitlement. This makes it easy to manage what features each purchase unlocks. The last key concept is the offering. It defines the users see when they are deciding to subscribe. An offering can include multiple packages like Pro Monthly and Pro Yearly 30 or 25% off. This structure is perfect for testing price points and promotional campaigns. Once offerings are in place, we can move into building the actual paywall and subscription flow. For the Flutter part, now we move into implementation, which is actually a pretty lightweight process. The first step is to add the official Flutter SDK called purchase Flutter into your pub/spec.yaml file. After adding the SDK, the next step is initialization. You just need to provide your API key, depending on your environment. It's a straightforward setup, no complex configuration needed. Then call get offerings to fetch the available offerings. Typically, you will present this in your subscription UI. If you only have one offering, you can just call current to get a default set. The next step is to access its available packages. Each package maps to product ID on Apple, Google, like monthly Pro, annual Pro. These are the actual items your user will subscribe to. You can now display them in your UI however you like, cars, price tiles, or your own custom layout. We can let users start a purchase by tapping a button. Just call purchase package and pass in the selected package. This handles everything, opening the store dialog, confirming payments, and verifying the purchase behind the scenes. Once the purchase is complete, it returns a customer info object. This contains the list of active entitlements for the current user. Based on this, you can unlock premium features. Remember, always check entitlements rather than trying to track purchase manually. If you say you are migrating from your own IAP system or switch to RevenueCare mid-project, I also want to synchronize existing subscriber to RevenueCare. Let's, of course, use sync purchase to upload users' local purchase history from the device. After syncing, the user's entitlements will also be updated in quarterly. From here, with RevenueCare integrated, your Flutter app is ready to start monetizing and welcome its first paying user. At this point, some developers might ask, can it get even easier? What if I don't want to spend time designing my own paywall UI? Maybe I just want something that works out of the box and lets me validate ideas quickly. Well, RevenueCare has something for that too. It's called Paywall, a visual editor for your subscription UI, like Figma, but for monetization. You can drag components, drag UI by product, by packages, create templates, and you are live. It's perfect for lazy devs or vibe coders that want to test ideas fast without building from scratch. You only need one line of code to show the paywall. With present paywall if needed, it only appears when needed. You can also embed a paywall view into your own UI and use callbacks for full integration. It's so easy. Share with you some of the experience and benefits of per fee. After migrating from a custom-built IAP flow to RevenueCare, Herpy reduced maintenance costs by more than 70%. The SDK is reliable and easy to test, enabling the team to confidently manage thousands of active subscribers and their purchase history. Switching between subscription packages and launch seasonal offers or testing new pricing became seamless, allowing for faster interaction and experimentation. 99% of the question you will encounter during IAP implementation, you need to know first. When users today switch plans during some discount periods, they will ask what will happen after subscribing. Here's how plan switching works. When a user upgrades from a monthly to yearly plan, Apple charges immediately and refunds or credits the unused portion of the current subscription. For downgrades, the changes take effect only after the current subscription period ends, and the user will be charged the new price in the next billing cycle. This is for Apple. And for Google, Google allows multiple strategies for upgrading during the free trial, unlike Apple. We recommend using charge priority price because it mimics Apple's immediate upgrade behavior. Users get instant access, and the priority refund is intuitive and fair. When testing during development, if you notice that Apple's sandbox environment responds slowly, sometimes taking over 10 seconds or 30 seconds to complete a purchase, the App Store sandbox has lower performance. But that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with your integration or your code. In production, purchase flows are much smoother and faster. The next, you might wonder, how do we know when a user cancels or their subscription expires? Actually, this information isn't available directly on the mobile side. To check subscription status, currently you need to configure backend webhook with revenue cap or call the API to see the latest status. It's crucial for access control, security, and user communication. Finally, here are a few proven IAPTs and strategy to boost your sales. Let me share with you. Webhook is your secret weapon for understanding user behavior. If a user cancels a subscription, upgrades, or gets refunded, the webhook lets you react instantly to these events. You can automatically send an email, push notification, or update your database when something happens. It brings transparency and better user engagement to your monetization journey. The second, the key to high converting experience is making users feel the value instantly and getting them used to be in pro. In her feed, we tell users, this is a personalized body sculpting plan for stay-at-home moms. You will see results in just 3 months. We also offer free flows and limited trials of advanced features so users fall in love with the pro experience before committing. Once they feel the difference, they might think, this is so good. I don't want to lose this. Next, FOMO is your best friend when it comes to boosting conversions. You can try a 48-hour free trial or a limited time welcome discount. Just add a countdown animation, some effect to spark urgency. When users try to cancel, don't let them leave without flights. Send an email, send a quick survey to XY, and offer something like 50% discount. And yeah, stay them. And don't forget behavioral targeting. If someone visits the paywall multiple times but doesn't subscribe, that's your opportunity to push a notification, email offer, and close the deal. Giving users as much incentive as possible in every aspect of the app is a key skill. A great purchasing experience makes users feel excited to buy now, like they will miss out if they don't, rather than feeling pressure or forced. And the last one last thing that often gets overlooked. In-app purchases are not just about coding features. They're about by policy, law, and financial compliance. For platform rules, a single change in Apple's rules, like clearly showing post-trial pricing or Google's UX guidelines for cancellations, can force you to redesign your flow. It's important. Second, local and government regulations. Countries like South Korea, India, and those in the EU have very different rules around tax, commission fees, and billing policies. Also, service providers like RevenueCat, they release webhook updates or API improvements every few weeks. Keep tabs on those or you will miss important fixes. So as a developer, as a product lead, you need to be proactive and informed. Policy changes are not just admin stuff. They shape your entire user journey. One big update from Apple recently is a huge deal. Starting May 1st, Apple must allow iOS apps to support external payment systems, and they cannot charge that infamous 50 to 30% commission anymore. This is great news for developers. For years, we have been stuck paying platform fees we couldn't avoid. And this shift is largely thanks to Epic Games and their ongoing legal battle. Thank you. But keep in mind, it only applies to US apps for now and reader apps like Spotify. This policy change brings several real benefits to developers and business. First, more revenue stays in your hands without 50-30% platform cuts. You can reinvest your money into growth, marketing, or product improvements. You get to use custom payment solutions like Stripe or local providers. That means a smoother, more branded checkout experience tailored to your users. The third, faster integration. Since pricing and product changes happen on your own web pages, you skip App Store reviews and can push updates instantly. That gives you marketing teams so much more flexibility. And finally, faster payouts, no more waiting 1 to 2 months for Apple or Google to settle. For startup and lean teams, quicker cash flow can make a huge difference. Of course, external payment comes with its own set of challenges. First, there's a shift in users' behavior. When users are taken out of the app to complete a purchase on web, they may wonder, think, is this secure? The drop in confidence can hurt your conversion rate. Second, there's added friction and operational cost. Apple and Google, the platforms, usually handle things like refunds, fraud prevention, and test compliance. But when you go external, those responsibility fall on you and your team. Finally, let's talk numbers. Revenue ran an A/B test and found that using external payments led to a 25% to 45% drop in conversion rate. And that's not even counting the cost of setting up and maintaining your own payment system. So while external payment gives us more freedom, it also comes with trade-offs you will need to carefully weigh. So that's my sharing for today. How to approach in-app purchase with more professionalism and strategy. We have covered 4 key points. First, we understood what IAP is and the different monetization models available. And subscriptions are clearly the dominant choice today. We look at the value of the revenue cat. It helped us implement fast and reduce technical burden significantly. We brought down how IAP works. This helps us solve problems and address concerns, both for developers and for users. Last, we learn how to optimize IAP strategy and set up today with policy change from Apple, Google, governments, and service providers. Once you have mastered these concepts, you will understand IAP better than many developers. And with that understanding, I believe you are ready to take on the challenge of monetizing your product with confidence. Now's the time. Turn those ideas in your head into real products and start sharing them with the world. I really hope today's talk gave you some helpful insights, whether it's for your product roadmap or your mobile side project. That's it from me today. I'm E. Feel free to reach out anytime if you want to chat or have any questions. Welcome. Thanks for listening. Hope you have a good day. See you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chen, for the revenue cat. I enjoyed the session a lot, and we're moving on to the next speaker, Abhishek Doshi, building high performance Flutter web apps with WebAssembly. Let's do it.
Hey everyone, I am Abhishek Doshi. I am from India. I'm a Google developer expert for Dart, Flutter, and Firebase. I have been working in Flutter and Firebase from past like 6 years now, and I'm currently working at Quinn. We work in women health. Don't forget to check out quinn.com. We do pretty good work in women health sector. And yeah, so earlier, if you have used Flutter Web, you might have heard that Flutter Web is not very good. Flutter Web is very slow, etc., 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 etc. But recently, Flutter team released WASM in stable version. So, what exactly is WASM? WASM is actually the full form of WASM is WebAssembly. So, in this session, we will go through WASM, the theory of WASM, how WASM works, and we will also enable WASM in Flutter Web and see how exactly WASM, different makes a difference in the startup time. So, let's get started. So, yeah, where I'm building high performance Flutter web apps with WebAssembly. And moving forward, so as I said, I'm a GD, and here's a short quote from my end. Development or coding is not hard. Probably you are just impatient. What I feel is that each and every task in our life and day-to-day work, etc., needs some patience. So why not give a try to development or coding as well? I personally love coding, and I feel that probably you can try out. Be patient with coding. You know, machine, it's a machine, not a human being. We have to be patient with human being as well, then why not be patient with machines as well? So let's move forward. So today's agenda is very simple. What is WebAssembly? How does it work? WASM and Flutter Web. I don't really like creating PPTs, dumping out stuff, etc. So I try to explain things in very short, sweet language. So I hope you might understand it. You might, learn something new. And yeah, I just want you to get 10% out of this session. So, what exactly is WebAssembly? You might have seen this name, heard this name somewhere, probably. So, yeah, what exactly is WASM? So, WASM or WebAssembly is a binary instruction format which is understood by machines. WASM is designed as a portable compilation target for programming languages, enabling deployment on the web for client and server applications. In simple terms, if I talk to you in your native language, you will understand it in a very easy manner, right? It's same. If you talk to machines in their language, your application or your web app becomes very faster. Wasm does the same thing. Wasm converts your code into binary instruction format so that machine can understand it very clearly, easily, and your program runs much more faster. How does it work? So as I said, WASM converts any code into a special format, that is binary instruction format, that web browsers can understand and execute quickly. So my mother tongue is Gujarati, which is a local language in India. When I converse with my parents, family members, friends in Gujarati, it's very fast. Same way, if your mother tongue is English, your first language is English, and you converse very well in English, and you would become very fast. But we don't understand binary. It's all like one, zeros, etc. Right? And hence, we can use WASM, and it can convert any code into a special format that web browsers can understand. So how exactly WASM can be used in Flutter Web? Now, WASM is a compilation target for Flutter Web. This is a very important term. WASM is not a rendering engine. We have rendering engine as HTML and CanvasKit. HTML is deprecated now. By default, it CanvasKit. WASM is a compilation target for Flutter Web. It is a binary instruction format that allows a Flutter Web to run almost at native speed in web browsers. So, to enable to enable WASM in Flutter Web, you just need to run this command when you build your Flutter Web app. So normally when you build your Flutter Web app, you just run Flutter build web. But for WASM, you need to run Flutter build web dash dash WASM, and it will build your web application into WASM format. And when you if you want to check or verify whether it has built in WASM or not, then you can simply go to your build folder. Inside build folder, the web folder will have WASM files, .wasm extension. So that will make you sure that your Flutter web was converted into WASM. So what are the advantages of WASM? So we talked what is WASM, how it works, how we can enable it for Flutter, but why exactly do we want to do it? Let's check that out. First, faster execution. As I said, WASM converts your code to binary instruction. So it makes your Flutter web application very fast. It makes the execution very fast. Smooth animations. Now, because everything is converted to binary, your animations are also converted to binary language in general terms. So this animations or 3D animations available for Flutter web would be very smooth when you run it, and reduced load times. So this was one of the biggest pain point of Flutter Web. So websites deployed with Flutter Web takes a lot of time when it is loaded for the first time. But with Wasm, it has reduced the load times very much. Let's check that out. So we talked about what is Wasm, how it works, how to enable in Flutter. We also talked about advantages of Wasm, but never agree on something until you see it, right? So I mentioned one point in the earlier slide that it has reduced the load times of Flutter. Now, what I did was I created a small sample project, or just the counter project. I first ran it into normal Flutter web with CanvasKit as the rendering engine, and then I ran it with Wasm. So let's see the metrics for it. Now you can see this is a normal app. So you can see here the normal app startup time was 185 ms, 185 millisecond. Well, it doesn't really look that much, right? Milliseconds are like very less. But when you deploy this web application to production and when you have some initial business logic, this can increase. So 185 millisecond is very high for a normal web application. That too without any business logic. So this was a normal app startup time, no changes. I just ran the default counter application. Next, I ran the same counter application with Wasm. So you can see the Wasm app startup time was 67 milliseconds. That's almost half of the normal app startup time. Normal app startup time was 185 milliseconds. And with Wasm, it is 67 milliseconds. This can vary, but it is almost half of the normal app startup time. So this shows that Wasm has improved the load time very much. It like 50% reduction is very high in development metrics. But every coin has two sides. There are some advantages, there are some disadvantages as well. So, what exactly are the disadvantages of Wasm? Firstly, there is no built-in garbage collection. If you're using controllers, animations, you need to make sure that you are destroying your objects, releasing memory properly. Your code shouldn't have garbage. There is no built-in garbage collection. So there are high chances of memory leaks. Not all packages are supported yet. For example, if you are using web specific like HTML packages, those are not really supported on Wasm because Wasm runs on binary format. So not all packages are supported yet. Probably soon we will have most of the packages supported. Can increase overall memory footprint if you do not properly handle your garbage collection, then it can increase your overall memory footprint. Heavy on low end limited resource devices. Now if you try to run your web application on iPhone 6, then definitely it can be heavy on your low end limited resource devices. Lots of open and work in progress issues in Flutter. So if you go to the Flutter repository, search for Wasm in the list of issues, you will find there are lots of open and work in progress issues because Wasm with Flutter is pretty new. They recently announced it in stable. It is stable, but there are still some issues that are work in progress, low priority, etc. So you can check them out. If you feel you can fix them, go for it. Raise a PR. If you find any issues, go for it. Raise an issue. So yep, we saw what exactly is Wasm, how Wasm works, how you can run it on Flutter, run Wasm with Flutter, advantages of Wasm, disadvantages of Wasm. We also saw the metrics that made it very clear that Wasm had made Flutter web application pretty good, pretty faster. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them right now. If you don't wish to ask questions right now, that's completely fine. You can reach out to me. abhishekdoshi.dev is my website. You will get all the links, all the social media links from there. You will get LinkedIn as well. You can connect with me and shoot your questions into my DM. If you want to check out the Wasm example, go to this link. There are two branches, one for normal and another for Wasm. You can run both of them and you will understand the difference between both of them. So, yep, thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed this session. I hope you learned something new. And I hope you will try out Wasm probably today, day after tomorrow, etc. But yeah, do try out Wasm. And yeah, we have pretty good stuff in the latest version of Flutter. So don't forget to upgrade your Flutter version and don't forget to check out quinn.com. Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this was Abhishek Doshi. Thank you for sharing the performance optimization tips. And we're moving on. We're moving on to Lucas Klingsbo. Pub Workspaces, new built-in monorepo setup. Something new. Let's go there.
Hello everybody attending Flutter Global Summit 2025. I am Lucas Klingsbo, or Spydon online, and I'm here today to talk about Pub Workspaces, which is a new built-in feature. And I'm also going to talk a little bit more in general about monorepos and about Melos. So, who am I? As I just said, I'm Lucas Klingsbo, or most of you might have seen me as Spydon online if you hang out on GitHub or Twitter or Blue Sky or whatever. I'm part of the Flame Engine core team and the Bloop Fire open source collective, and we maintain a lot of different Dart and Flutter packages. I'm a Flutter and Dart GDE, and I'm an organizer of another conference called Flutter and Friends, and if you watch this whole video, there will be a little treat for you in the end, so don't miss out on that. And I'm also the maintainer of a tool called Melos, which is a tool for handling monorepos, which I will talk a little bit about after we have spoken about Pub Workspaces. So today, we're first going to understand what the problem is that we're solving here, and also what monorepos are in general and how they're used. And then after that, we're going to introduce the new Pub Workspaces feature and how to use it, and what the current problems are with it, and you'll hear more about that later. And then we're also going to introduce Melos and talk a little bit about that. And then we're going to talk about some other general tools and standards that are used within monorepos, like semantic versioning, conventional commits, and how Melos can use these ones to do automatic versioning and changelog generation, and also how it publishes packages. And after that, we'll obviously have some Q&A. So let's dive right into it. So this is the Flame monorepo, and we wanted to have a monorepo because otherwise it is very hard to keep track of the state of all the packages. Like if we update the version of Flame, will all of our other packages be in sync with that? Like are they, if there is a breaking change in Flame, have all the packages been updated? And when you're using a monorepo, it is very easy to see whether that is the case, because they're all depending on each other within the monorepo. So if you update something in one package, you'll have to update it properly in all packages. So you have the state is always the state of the repository is always clean in all of the packages. So in the Flame repository, I think we have like 25 different packages or something. So it would be a lot to manage all of those in separate packages to make sure that all of their versions were correct, etc. So yeah, so you would want to have, like, you have multiple local dependencies and you want to update them simultaneously. So it doesn't have to be packages like with Melos here. You could, for example, if you're building like white labeling apps, you have like a lot of apps and a lot of different core packages, you probably want to update all of those apps at the same time as you're updating your packages that you're depending on, so that they are also in the correct state. And if you are having packages, then you want to version the dependencies properly and make sure that the versions check out. And it's also really nice, especially for open source packages, to have a proper changelog everywhere. It will be a lot easier for both the users and the developers to see what has changed from version to version. And with the good thing with when you have a monorepo is that you don't have to write the changelog yourself. Or rather, when you have conventional commits, but we'll talk about that more later. And a lot of the time you also want to run script across multiple packages, or like once for each package in there, both locally and in your pipeline online. So for the ones of you who don't even know what monorepos are, this is like the definition I found online. So like in version control systems, a monorepo, mono meaning single and repo being short for repository, is a software development strategy where code for many projects is stored in the same repository. And I think the most famous monorepo is Google's monorepo, which is huge. Like it contains so much code that they couldn't even use Git for it anymore, which is a lot of code. You will probably never run into that problem. So why would you want to use a monorepo? It is easy to do code reuse without having to have packages in different repositories. And you have a simplified dependency management, as I spoke about earlier. Like they can all be interconnected meanwhile you're working on them locally. And you can get atomic commits. So if you update something in one package, you can also update it in all of the other packages. So say that you're doing like, you remove a variable or something that is used throughout many packages, or an argument. And then you can do one commit where you remove that argument from all of the packages or apps that you have in your monorepository. And then it's very easy and clean to see the Git diff. And easy to do the code review. And it's very easy to do large-scale code refactoring. So say that you want to rename this argument that I spoke about, then you can just, your normal IDE can do it. If you would have it in multiple different repositories, it would be a lot harder to do it properly. And it's both easier and harder to do collaboration across teams, I would say. So since everyone is working in the same repository, in some cases you might step a little bit more on each other's toes, but you also always make sure that you have the latest changes from the other teams. And of course, there are not only pros of using a monorepo, there are also cons. So you don't have a per project access control anymore. Like anyone that has access to the monorepo, it has access to all of the code inside of that monorepo, which is something that you might not want in some corporate environments. The Git performance might be worse, but usually this is never the case. Like Git is so performant nowadays that you have to have a really big repository before you will run into any problems with Git. You will probably run into harder problems before that. And more storage is needed by default, of course, because you always have to pull down the whole monorepository, even though you only need to do a change in one project. But storage is cheap nowadays, so not many people care about that. And one thing with pub workspaces is that you get shared dependency resolution. So it only pulls down the dependencies once. So you have to use the same dependency versions for all of the packages and apps in your whole monorepo. So that might be a downside. And before, it used to be quite bad for the analyzer performance, because the analyzer forked itself once for each pubspec YAML file that it found. So it was running lots of analyzers. But now with pub workspaces, it only runs one instance, so it's quite efficient. So what is this pub workspaces that I'm talking about? I haven't even introduced it yet. So pub workspaces is a new feature built into Dart or pub. And pub workspaces help you just to manage your Dart projects that has multiple packages, also known as monorepos, and obviously Flutter repositories too. So with pub workspaces, you can run pub-get anywhere, and it runs for the whole monorepo. And you can also get local package linking, or you get it automatically without having to do pub spec overrides or path dependencies like you had before. So if you're depending on one of the packages inside of your repository, it will automatically use that one and not pull it down from somewhere else. And then when you publish it, it will still properly publish it with all of the versions, etc. And you can also do a global dependency overrides in the root pubspec YAML, which can be quite convenient if you want to try out with different versions without having to change things everywhere. And a very minor feature, but it's quite useful, is you can list all the packages that you have in there and do things on them. So yeah, if you have a big monorepo, that is important, but yeah, usually you know what you have in there. So let's dive into it. So we have, this could be the folder structure or directory structure of a monorepo. So say you have your root folder, my monorepo, and in there you have two folders called apps and packages. This can be called anything. This is just what is recommended usually. And inside of apps, you can have two different apps, and inside of packages, you have two different packages. And yeah, of the apps and packages, they obviously have their own pubspec file too. But then you also have this root pubspec file, and I'm going to show you how to configure these ones now. So for the root pubspec file, it just looks like any pubspec file. You can add name and repository, and yeah, you know all of the default things here. And then you define your workspace. And here you define all of the packages and apps that you want to have connected in your workspace. And Pub Workspaces was released in Dart SDK 3.6.0, so you have to have at least that version to use it. And for all of the individual pubspec YAML files, for all like apps and packages, they look exactly the same as they usually did, except for this little thing. It says resolution workspace here. And then it will automatically be connected to your workspace. So that's a pretty easy setup, right? That's pretty quick to do. So I really recommend you to try it out if you're having a monorepo. There are some problems currently with Pub Workspaces though. And this is the biggest one, and it was just merged, and it fixes a lot of problems. So this one won't be out until the next stable, I think, because they haven't said anything about putting this one in as a hot patch, and it's quite big, so I doubt that they will do that. And you can see it fixes like 5 different big issues that are out there with Pub Workspace now. But these issues are not like showstoppers. It can still be used. It's just that you have to be aware what the problems you will face, what the problems that you will face are. And these are, you will, for example, see this one a lot, like error, package blah 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 has uses material design true, and like for pretty much any Flutter apps we uses material design true, right? And this one confuses the analyzer, that because you don't want to have uses material design true in the root pubspec file, but you can just disregard this error and it will disappear once the PR that I just showed is released in stable. And another problem that is a bit worse is that you can all of a sudden notice that, oh, my app has gone up a lot in size. And that is a problem that 160443 fixes too, because accidentally it was bundling a lot of things from the monorepo that shouldn't be needed to be in the apps. But yeah, so if if it grows massively in size and it's unacceptable for you, I recommend that you use a monorepo with Melos version 6.3.3 instead, because then you don't need to use pub workspaces. And another thing that I really think should be fixed is that to add glob support for defining packages in workspaces. So globs are these, like, you can write like stars and stuff to just include whole directories instead of having to mention every single one of them in this workspaces list. And yes, you can see a lot of other people also think this is a good idea. It has like 86 upvotes, and I can give you an example of how the Flame monorepo looks now when we migrated to pub workspaces. So here we have just lots, we had to list every single package here. And then it's also very easy for us to forget that when we create a new package inside of like packages or doc or whatever, that we should that we need to add it to this list. So the suggestion, well, and this list goes on even longer, it didn't even fit on the slide. So if we would have had glob support for this, it would just have looked like this instead. And isn't this a lot more beautiful? So if you like this suggestion, I suggest that you go into Dartline Publishers 4391 and give it an upvote like this one, because then the team will prioritize it. And if you are on Melos today, it will be a lot easier to migrate to, because Melos already has glob support. All right, now I've mentioned Melos multiple times now, but I haven't explained what it is. So Melos is a CLI tool developed by Invertase, used to help managing Dart projects with multiple packages, also known as monorepos. So Melos is what pretty much everyone in the Dart and Flutter community uses for managing monorepos, and this existed before pub workspaces. And now Melos has a lot more features than pub workspaces does, but for the new version now, Melos 7.0.0, it's in pre-release mode right now. That one supports pub workspaces. We're just waiting for that other PR to be merged so that people don't come and complain to us about things that should be fixed from their side. But you can, you can already use it. It is even more stable than the stable version that is out, I would say. So, a little bit more about Melos. So with Melos, you can do automatic versioning and changelog generation, which is really nice. And it's a lot simpler to publish packages to PubDev. You can even automatically publish them through your pipeline. So you only have to like push up a PR or something, and when the PR is merged, if it has something that you have decided, we usually have sure release as the conventional commit tag, then the pipeline will kick in and automatically publish it. And you can there are packages to help you with this, or like GitHub Actions to help you with this. So you can, it is in the Melos documentation for how to do that. And it also does local package linking, even without pub workspaces. But then you have to, in version 7 and higher, it uses Dart pub workspaces. But if you don't want to use pub workspaces, you can use a lower Melos version, and it will use something called pubspec overrides instead and do all the linking itself. And you can execute simultaneous commands across the package. So if you say that you want to, I don't know, run some script once for every package, then you can easily just say Melos and then whatever script it should run in your CLI, which is also very handy when you run it in your pipeline. And just like pub workspaces, you can list local packages, and here you can also list their dependencies. And to start using Melos, you just do flutter pub global activate Melos. And if you don't have the proper bin folder on your path, it will ask you to add that. And then you will just have magically have the Melos command right on your fingertips in your terminal. So let's talk a little bit about semantic versioning. I guess most of you already know what it is, but semantic versioning is how most people version their packages. and sometimes apps. So it has a major part, a minor part, and a patch part. So the first one to the left here is the major part, the one in the middle is the minor part, and the last one is a patch part. So if you just do like a bug fix or something, then you should bump the patch part. If you introduce a new feature, then you should bump the minor part. And if you've done a breaking change, then you should bump the major part. And in your pubspec file, this is why you have this caret, because then you will depend on everything from 1.0.0 to 2.0, less than 2.0.0. Because then if the package follows semantic versioning, they like promise to not have made any breaking changes between those two versions. And then let's talk a little bit about conventional commits. So conventional commits is a tag you put in the beginning of your commit message. And the tags could be, are recommended from the people that have written the conventional commits document to be, for example, feat, which is short for feature, fix for like bug fixes, docs for documentation, sure for something that is updated but doesn't affect the versioning. And then you can have a lot of other things in there too, like, and even make up your own ones. So normal ones are like CI and yeah, things like that. And here in the end, you can see that you can also add a scope to your conventional commits, which can help to clarify what the commit is about. And the exclamation mark here in the last one, that indicates that this commit is a breaking change. So why would you want to use this? Yeah, because, let's just look at some examples here first. So here are some examples from Flame. So here's the first one is a new feature, the middle one is a bug fix, and the last one is a new feature, but which is a breaking change, hence the exclamation mark here. And so with these conventional commits, we can do changelog generation, because it can just look at the conventional commits and you don't have to update your changelog every time you make a PR. And it can just generate it directly from the commits. And this is what it would look like for a version of Flame, for example. And it's like super easy to follow. You can just click yourself into the PRs or the commits. And you can easily see if there have been breaking changes. And the conventional commits are also used for automatic versioning. So when you run Melos version, it can figure out that, if it has been just fix conventional commits in there, then it only needs to bump the patch version. If it has been feature conventional commits in there, then it bumps the minor. And if there has been breaking changes, it bumps the major version. And then you just publish your changes and they pop up on PubDev or wherever you're publishing them. And then all of your other packages that are outside of the monorepo can run pub upgrade and they'll get your new versions. So yeah, that is pretty much exactly what I just spoke about. If you run Melos publish, it will just automatically fix all the versions for you after you have run, or Melos version fixes all the versions, and Melos publish, it just publishes everything to PubDev. And it cuts down maintenance a lot. Like before we had this in Flame, it was such a struggle to publish packages and also to update the changelogs. We have, especially because you always get these Git conflicts with the changelog, right? Because everyone is adding things to the changelog all the time. And now nobody adds things to the changelog, only the release process, which is really handy. And that is pretty much all for me. But as I promised in the beginning, here is a little treat for you. If you want to come to Flutter and Friends, which is an amazing conference in Stockholm from the 31st of August to the 2nd of September, then you can use this little promo code I have hidden here in the corner, which is community. And Flutter and Friends isn't really like other conferences. You don't only sit and listen to talks and workshops and stuff. We really make sure that you get connected to the community by having like a social activity day. and we have a fun party. And yeah, it's just, if you ask anyone that has been on Flutter and Friends earlier, they'll tell you that they've had a blast. So check that out if you haven't. And yeah, that was it for me, I think. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them about anything. Thanks for having me, folks.
Yeah, that was cool actually. Thank you very much, Lucas. And of course, this conference should I think the thing you actually need to pay attention to. And I'm so happy to see Lucas on my backstage. Hello, brother. How are you?
Hello, Ed. I'm very good. I think it's like the 5th time I'm on this Geekle stage. So
Yeah, bro. I
good as
remember you
always.
from the very beginning. Yes, thank you for supporting us and driving the community.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you I know how much hard work it is to drive something like this. So
Oh yeah, man, you
kudos
know
to you.
that. Thank you very much. And the Yechin, hello. Hello, how are you, bro?
Hi, I'm great. Hi. So happy to see you, Ed and Lucas. Hi.
Nice to meet you again.
Super cool, super cool. And yeah, why don't we just start our questions, because audience is waiting. Audience is not that big today, but still we have questions previously submitted on the forum, and some even guys asking in chat how to get the materials from you, actually, Yichen. Anyway, what part of revenue cat integration can break during production updates? The first question.
Okay. From our experience, if revenue cat has some updates, it didn't gives big impact for your product. So you don't really mind revenue cat have some big update, because revenue cat just a middle road for your product between your product and App Store, Google Play, and App Store. So it just a tool to let you to purchase well and integration well in your product. So yeah, it's not a problem to integrate with revenue cat. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And moving on to you, Lucas, how do you handle dependency conflicts in pub workspaces when packages need incompatible versions? Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a very good question, because it is one of the downsides of pub workspaces comparing to how it was done previously. Where I mean, before there was no monorepo handling built into Dart, so that's why we built Melos to use pubspec overrides to create this functionality. And with the pubspec overrides, you can have different versions in different packages. But since the workspaces are doing dependencies resolution for the whole workspace and not for different packages individually, you can't actually have incompatible versions. So you have to remove resolution workspace from the pubspec where you're using it, and then you can have incompatible versions in that package. And then when you can have compatible packages again, you re-add resolution workspace in there.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. And moving on. How do you manage country-specific tax rules? Oh my God, I'm surprised there's no questions about the tariffs, of course. And how do you manage country-specific tax rules when using external payment systems like Stripe with Revenue Cat?
Okay, so for our product, because our my product is Herpy. Herpy is major for Taiwan, this area. So we don't serve for many countries. But if you are a startup, I recommend you just use Apple Store and Google Play. Follow them guideline, and because if you use your own external payment
like Stripe for your product, you need, like I mentioned in the talk, you need to figure out many stuff like tax, commission, and or third-party service cost. If you use external payment, maybe you will not you will drop your conversion rate and you will pay more cost for your product. So yeah, because we just focus on Taiwan, so I don't have more experience to share. Yeah.
No, anyone can actually contribute with that, right? So let's go for the next question. Beyond app size, what less obvious performance issues arise with pub workspaces in large Flutter monorepos?
Yeah. So while working, I mean, what the major improvement is that it's the developer experience. So meanwhile you're working, before it had to fork the Dart analyzer for every pub spec that it found. But so if you have a monorepo of like 100 different packages and stuff in there, it becomes very heavy on your computer. But when you run Dart workspace or pub workspaces, then it will only run one analyzer. So there is not much changes for the end app or package. The change is actually in the developer experience.
Man, I was muted. Sorry about that. Thank you very much for answer. And moving to the next one. If a user exploits the free trial repeatedly by reinstalling or switching accounts, like we all did when we were young, right? How do you catch and stop that?
Okay. This question means you switch accounts. This account is platform accounts, right? So for mobile purchase, it is based on your platform account. If you switch your account to another email for your Apple or Google, you need to, because that is a new account, you need to purchase again. So you need to tell your user you need to focus on your account between your devices is use the same account on Google and Apple. If you use the same account, you just purchase one time and you can use your premium feature across platform, across devices.
I do it again. Sorry about that. Yeah, Lucas, what are the biggest non-technical challenges when migrating to pub spaces monorepo?
Non-technical. That's an interesting question. This is quite deep down in the like architecture of how you have your codes. I don't know about non-technical challenges. I don't know what they could mean, but what would the biggest challenge
I
be?
mean, team challenges. If no one wants migrate
Oh,
there,
true,
how do you
true.
sell that, or budgeting stuff, or something like that? That's what.
That is a, now I understand the question. That is actually a pretty good question. So if you're moving from a non-monorepo structure and into a monorepo structure, then you obviously have to change a bit how your team works, because all of a sudden you will all make your pull requests towards the same repository instead of different repositories. So you might want to set up code owners, for example, so that some people can only like give green tick reviews on some parts of the code, meanwhile others can't. What more could we say in there? Yeah, I guess it differs, depends on how big the team is and so on. But yeah, I would say establishing the like new workflow for having, if you have multiple people working on different parts of the code, that is the biggest non-technical challenge.
Thank you. In practice, how well does RevenueCat paywall editor perform with complex localization needs or A/B testing at scale?
Okay, for localization part, I don't our product we don't use revenue care paywall. So but I check the panel about paywall. Maybe we can check the documentation to understand more. And for A/B testing, you can just switch your offering. Offering is like the if you are in your payment screen, you will see the monthly plan and annual plan offering. You can have multiple more offering to show on your screen. So you can just on the paywall website and you can just switch your offering and publish. So your user next time they open the payment screen, they will see the different offering and you can and also you can targeting the country. Country A use the offering A and country B use the offering B to test the different type, different price and different plans. And maybe 1 week later, you can make a better decision for your product.
Thank you. And probably the last question, actually, in this Q&A session, because Abhishek didn't show up, but still we have fun. How do you ensure stability with public spaces in CI/CD for ongoing development?
Yeah, I would say that it's no different than having CI/CD for anything else. It actually makes it a little bit simpler than what it was before if you were having a monorepo before the pub workspaces, because now you don't have to have now you don't have to use Melos if you don't want to, especially in the CI/CD. So Dart will already figure things out for it yourself. Like when you run pub-get, it will run for the whole repository instead of before we always had to run Melos Bootstrap first that made sure to run pub-get within all different packages and apps that you had in there. So yeah, there is no difference to before. It's just a little bit simpler.
Thank you very much. And I guess these questions are like it for this session. And what I would love to ask you guys is to maybe write a post on LinkedIn or whatever you're using for your socials about maybe your talk, maybe your what like anything you feel about this talk, and maybe include your presentations and everything you've been using here, and maybe tag me and Geekle. That would be super cool. Thank you very much for joining, for your smiles, for your energy. And yeah, by the way, I can't hold myself to actually make some small but big announcement for Geekle AI Labs and Zero Docs. Uh, if you don't know what means Zero Docs, is the AI powered documentation. We're trying to actually take this task of maintaining high level development documentation from developers' shoulder, especially in highly regulated industries where people have to actually document everything and do it with AI. So yeah, today we are opening the early preview version. So if you care to give some feedback to us, please go ahead, and I'll drop here in the chat the link. Please don't break anything. No high loads. It's just the preview version. What I'm curious is what we did wrong, of course, what we did right, and how we can make it better. Especially what kind of documents you want us to generate and what for. Anyway, thank you very much for your attention, gentlemen. I'm no longer keeping you in this stream, and dear audience. please, if you have few minutes to give us the feedback, please find this link in the chat, and maybe during this break we're heading to, let's get some fun with that. That's our very first experience to let external people there. I'm so excited. Anyway, thank you very much for your talks and answers, gentlemen, and have a nice day or evening, whatever you have.
Have a good one. Thanks for having me.
Have a good day. Bye.
Bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first block, that was fun, that was very practical, and let's maybe take some rest and come back in a few minutes. Let me check the agenda when it's gonna be. Like, we have 25 minutes of break. That's great. The next speaker is Devan Shkaria. Zero to hero, building your first on-device AI assistant in Flutter. Wow, that's gonna be fun. See you there, I mean, in 25 minutes. And if you care to give us feedback for this automated documentation tool we built, of course, AI tool, that would be super helpful. And yeah, thank you very much and see you later. right. All right, we're back. I hope you had some nice time for yourself. And we're moving on to our next speaker, Devansh Karia, with Zero to Hero, building your first on-device AI assistant in Flutter. Let's go.
Hello everyone. Welcome to my talk, Zero to Hero, building your first on-device AI assistant in Flutter. Today I'll be talking about how you can implement fully offline on-device AI in your next Flutter app. Before we jump in, let me introduce myself. I'm Devansh. I'm founder CEO of HCS Technologies. We basically help small businesses and other agencies to deliver high-quality software solutions. In my 6+ years of experience, I've built over 50 different apps ranging from finance to e-commerce to healthcare, you name it. That being said, I've always been a security and privacy nerd when it comes to how user data is handled inside an app. And with recent developments in AI, I've realized that on-device AI is the future. So let's see what I have to offer today. So in today's agenda, we'll discuss what are the problems with cloud-based AI implementation, why we should implement on-device AI, how we can implement it, and when we should implement it. So begin with let's begin with problems with cloud-based AI implementation. First of all, it's very expensive. You need to have to pay for the input tokens. You need to pay for the output tokens. You need to pay for the API calls that you make. Depends on what provider you're using. You're using OpenAI. You can use Anthropic, or maybe you can use Google's Gemini. But all of these models charge you for for how much time you use them. That's obvious. Moreover, even after paying them, your response time will be around 2 to 3 seconds, as these models are cloud based, and there's nothing much you can do about it. Obviously, the data that you are sending in goes to them, and they can use that data for the training. So there is no privacy, or there's no guarantee for privacy by any of these providers. And the fourth and most important thing, if you don't have internet, good luck, no AI. So these are the problems that exactly on-device AI is solving. Firstly, it's free. You use it on device, it's on your user's device itself. The model is run locally, so you have a very low, ultra low latency response time. It is built for privacy. Your data is never leaving the device, and even if you don't have internet, well, no problem. You can still use it. So let's have a look on how to implement on-device AI in Flutter. Before we begin, we need to decide what model we want to use. We can use something like Gemma, which is a lightweight model by Google that allows us to use LLMs in mobile devices. You can get one from Kaggle. I'll be using this one. This is Gemma 2B ITGPU, and it is quantized for integer 4. We can just directly download it from here. It is about 1.35 gigabytes. Um, Once you download the model, you can maybe fine tune it if you find it necessary and save the LoRa weights. If you're new to AI development, you can skip this step. This is basically the way where we can fine tune AI models to perform some specific tasks better than the others, or maybe even like just for a very niche and very specific task, you can do that using LoRa weights. Just find the best model that fits your requirement, and then you can update it and modify it so that it only acts the way it should act. Once you've done that, you can store it on your network and deliver it to your users who require it on demand. Why would we do this? Because we don't want to bloat our app bundle when we deliver our app to app stores. So we can only download. We should only download the model when users require it or when they need it. This happens only once in the uh, app's life cycle, and you don't need to do that every single time the user opens the app. This is just done for the first time, and then that model stays there on their device. And once you've done that, you can start implementing your Flutter side code. In order to implement on-device AI on Flutter side, you can use a plugin called Flutter Gemma. This plugin handles a lot of abstractions that you might otherwise need, such as inference interactions and model loading and unloading and model downloading on your users' devices through the network. So let's dive into code and have a code walkthrough. So let's begin with the platform specific changes. Here we have an app that I've built. This is basically a journaling app, and I've added an entry that showcases my monthly activity that I've been journaling on a different device. So this is basically an actual journal entry that I've made. The idea of this app is to have multiple journal entries throughout the time throughout different time, and you can have insights by AI. You can ask for things like what are the things that I need to change about in order to do something, or maybe you can directly ask about what are the different relationships between different things that happened, or maybe how are like any questions that you can answer to you can ask to a diary. You can directly ask it here as well. So that's the idea, that you can have a personalized AI assistant that basically helps you out with your journaling, and your can answer you based on your journal entries. So let's dive into the code part. So we'll just add iOS specific key, that is you need to enable UI file sharing. Then you need to go to the Android side, where if you want to use OpenCL, which is for hardware acceleration for graphics, you'll need to use the native libraries like this, OpenCL. And once you have done that, your platform specific task is pretty much done. Then you can directly jump to model instancing, where you can create a model. There should be a yeah. There should be before you start instantiating the model, you need to download the model or load from the assets. Asset loading will only work for the debug mode of the app, and it won't work on the production app. You'll need to download a model from a network file. For this particular app, I've just set it to Firebase, and it basically it is stored in the Firebase storage, and it basically fetches from that storage. And this is to be done only once in the app lifecycle. You don't need to do this every single time. It won't even let you do it every single time, because it checks if the model is already there on the device. If you Once you have that model, you can just initialize the inference engine from here. So basically, you can initialize the inference model, and then you can use this inference model to interact with the model itself. So whenever we enter something over here, like how do you rate my uh, month's activity out of 10? So this is the model. This is the message that will go with our prompt. So you can also have your custom prompts that goes to your model, such as this. So we have personality style somewhere in the settings, that we have personality styles as well, that allows you to set a personality of your LLM, that whether it is professional, if it's friendly, or if it's reflective. This changes how your AI will respond to you based on your query. And once you write it, so it mixes that personality style, and it gives context of your journal, and then asks your question, which is basically this, and it says that answer the question in your personality style and if entries. So this is basically a prompt that goes to the LLM, and then it responses you then responds you accordingly. So I'll just type in how do you think I did on my month, May month, in terms of productivity. Rate it out of 10. So once you hit enter, this should technically have a response. I don't know why it's taking so long. Yeah, here it is. So it does take some time, because, well, it is running on device, and right now this device itself is way too much occupied. But yeah, so as you can see, it answers the question. I would rate your productivity 7 of 10. Your payment was a busy one with multiple commitments and projects, blah, blah, blah. So it basically answers how was my May schedule. I can also ask, like, uh, what changes do you recommend in my next month planning? So this is just like ChatGPT, where you basically give different prompts and it gives you a reply, more or less very similar reply to ChatGPT. So it says it would recommend focusing on maintaining a healthy balance between your client, work, and personal life, blah blah blah. So yeah, so this is how, as you can see, it works. Second time it was much quicker. This would have been 20 20 like not 20 but like 2 to 5 seconds reply from an AI model that would have been cloud based. So let's jump next to pros and cons. What is the pros of using on-device AI? You have, as you said, as you saw, you have low latency replies. It is practically zero cost. Well, it might cost you downloading, and so basically, it might cost you storage costings, as it did in this instance. So basically, I've just used my cloud storage from Firebase, which basically comes at a cost if you are downloading it more than the free limit. In this case, it might have crossed the free limit because it's just 1 GB download per day. Then you have the privacy centric approach, which is basically my data, my journaling data never went outside of the device, which helps a lot. And then it also has cons of on-device AI. For example, it has a lower level of general knowledge than its online counterpart. For example, if I ask, for example, what is the capital city of India? Now we know that it should be Delhi, but this device, because it is this model, because it is running on device, it won't be able to know that because it doesn't have any access to the internet, nor it has a greater level of general knowledge with it. And that's one of the cons, that it won't have general knowledge. You'll need to feed every single thing that you want it to spit out. Second biggest issue about using on-device AI currently is because of the significantly bigger apps. App size in these kind of apps where you have on-device AI, the models itself is about 1.5 GB, or in some cases even more than 2 or 3 gigabytes, which basically inflates a lot of the app size. And again, if you are using an on-device AI, it will be very battery heavy, which consumes a lot of battery power and makes your app very battery hungry app. There are some considerations that you need to make while designing these AI powered apps, which has on device AI. That is, that app can get battery intensive for lower powered devices. And app sizes can also increase a lot if user decides to download on device AI rather than depending on the online AIs that you might have an option of. Um, well, in that case, your app sizes can go to north of like 2 gigabytes or 3 gigabytes as well. Um, well, this approach is perfect for healthcare apps that require HIPAA compliance, or maybe banking apps that requires PCI DSS compliance, where you don't have to where you're not allowed to share users' data at all. You can still leverage the benefits of using the large language model, not large, the small language model on the device. And it is also very helpful if you're designing some privacy sensitive applications. For example, the journaling one. Most people wouldn't prefer their journal data being stored on a server, but you can obviously use this as your own device AI, and it is a really good use case for it. And it can also be used for apps that are meant for devices that are in remote places, or maybe edge devices where the tendency of the internet is not so great. You can use this because it provides you the offline support. So yeah, that was it. Please connect on one of my socials, and I'll be posting a lot more AI related content on LinkedIn and Twitter. Um, I recently finished my 14-day series on AI explorations, where I've covered implementations with RAG and MCPs. I'll soon be starting off with enterprise AI, in which I'll be covering how enterprises can use AI, and it is mainly using on-device AI and everything. So it also has a component for this. So please make sure to follow on the X and LinkedIn. And here's my website. You can get to all of my socials using this website, devanshkaya.dev, and see you.
Right. Thank you very much, Devansh. Thank you for this presentation. And we are going to our next presentation, Veli Bacek, patrol-driven UI test architecture for Flutter. Let's study this.
Hello everyone, welcome to my session. Today we will talk about and we will coding about patrol-driven UI test architecture for Flutter side actually. I will describe about what is patrol, what is UI test, what I'm gonna do in this session. But in generally, my main idea is how to develop actually a effective a UI testing solution in your Flutter apps. And let's continue to my session and the second slide. Actually, my session most about for coding, live coding. I just describe about something about this concept, and after that, I'm going to open my project. I prepared it before this session, and I will show how to implement, how to use, and I will add some a little testing code in this session. And let's continue and let's look at our agenda. And first plan is I will introduce myself to you, and after that I will talk about UI testing Flutter and then patrol, and after that I will show about actually very important project for me, Hatay Yaşat. It's I will describe this project, and then I will show my architecture design. Then lastly, we are going to open our demo section. I will open my coding site, and lastly, I add something about this solution and this in generally for UI testing site. Yep, that's our plan, and let's continue the next slide. And yes, introduce myself. And my name is actually I'm Veli. I'm a senior developer with over almost 10 years actually in this industry, and I'm focusing to develop mobile application. Most of the I develop Flutter application. By the way, I writing and I using native site, most of the iOS Swift, and currently I work at ClassList, and we are developing the build application to connect school communities. And I think 4 years ago I have a title of Google developer expert. I was in only 6 months, and after that I left this title, and I have YouTube channel as a hardware andro. I'm sharing my technical talks in this channel, and I think this channel almost 8 years, and most of this channel is Turkish content, but you can find hardware andro global. I'm sharing some couple of content as a English and globally, and it is my actually best session of GitHub, and I'm sharing a lot of content in GitHub site, of course Medium and etc. You can follow, you can find me anytime on the coding side while coding actually. And that's me. If we talk about myself, probably it's not enough this time. Let's continue to our section. Yes, the first part is UI testing. UI testing actually very important, almostly this year or the current years, because our application development is very easy after the AI improvement like Gemini and etc. And this is important, and the testing is more than important right now. And the period is we have couple of solution in testing side, manual testing, and it is a first part of testing side. It is in almost human testing, and we are learning, and we are getting behavior of people, behavior of tester, behavior of client, or etc. But it is getting couple of time consuming, as mentioned. As you can see, repeating the time same flows after each flow slows you down. As you know, my actually classes and the other project, we have testers, and sometimes some test scenarios is getting more time if making manually, and we try to implement and we try to add automation for this site, like login, like post creation, etc. Our class site. And the other, of course, hard to catch UI regression manually. Yes, we have a couple of, maybe a lot of Excel documentation. We are following the manual side if we're making manual this testing, and it's very hard. It's very, sometimes we miss a couple of points. We making manually. And what is other screen? More test cases, more effort without automation. It is almost totally true. If you have a lot of more screen, it means that more test cases, it means that more effort. If you don't have automation, maybe you have some couple of, if you think about business life, sometimes you can't, if you want to write a good UI testing, of course you have to go to team, and maybe you need a couple of testers in your team. But if your team very small, maybe only one developer, one backend developer as a small team, you can't maybe find the right time for testing every module, but you can find the time in general flows like login, as mentioned, login, home, and couple of little logic you can write, and before the publishing new package, you can just work this your automation site as only one click, and after that you can see your result maybe before the production release. It is very important, I think. And the last part is Flutter makes easier to make build testing method. Of course, Flutter, if you talk about UI testing, the sector, the industry has a couple of other solutions like Maestro, like I forgot the name, Selenium framework, Appium, yes, and Flutter, and maybe other solution, and Maestro as other mentioned, and maybe normal solution. And Flutter immediately support your testing operation. It is very good, and maybe if you, because sometimes you need the extra framework, getting a couple of new learning or couple of new depends your project, but Flutter, it's happy to use automation for you. And lastly, the main idea is UI testing is not optional, it's essential. Of course, last years it's more than essentials. And let's continue. And our topic is actually, today we talk about Patrol. Why I'm talking Patrol? Because Flutter, yes, Flutter immediately support UI testing, don't any extra tools, but the Patrol is a power tool for UI testing side. It's helping the accessibility of native behavior. For example, if you want to or going to home screen, or if you want to deny any permission, or if you want to something about that your device directly, the Flutter site does not support yet, but the Patrol, with the Patrol you can do everything with native capability. It is very good, and I'm using a couple of as project and making this with Patrol. And other things I'm checking my notes. Yes, as the gross number of secret. Okay, it is, we know that. Yes, it is. I think I'm checking out, and I look at my support and how to restart. The very important point, I think, the Flutter Patrol site. If you if you use the Flutter UI testing framework, you can't reload, or you can't hot reload in this test mode. But if you use Patrol, you can do it, and it is very helpful, because sometimes you need to change some keys, some view, some any object, and if you use Flutter UI testing framework, you have to start again and start again. It's getting some more time, but Patrol solved this problem. And other parties command CLI tool, command line interface, it's very good for Patrol side. You can use some couple of Patrol commands, and we will see as soon possible soon. And yeah, that's almost this Patrol site. For Patrol, it is a helping tool for Flutter UI testing site. We will see we will see how it work in my coding section and case study. And today I will show to my project and Patrol how it's working, how I implement this site. And before this section, I would like to introduce my Hatta Yaşat project. It is most important for me. Maybe did you heard about, or almost 2 years ago in February, 6 February, we was accurate about earthquake in Hatay, and it is very big. And the first one is 7.8, the second one is 7.6. It was very big, and we getting couple of problems. We try to improve this country, this city, and the city for after this earthquake, and we develop this Hatay Yaşat application. We are helping to some new places in this application. We are helping to add if you open, or if anyone open new places, we are showing the new places our application. It is helping to discount the city for new product, new place, and etc. It's helping to find a good way, find the right way, our direct application. It is a free. We just try to help this community for better, for help to for better the world, better this time actually. Our main feature is we support the notification if any ever reopened business. We support the Hatay and Mersin, our Turkey city, and we are shopping. Actually, this is other important point. I'm a team lead of this team. We have a couple of friends and workers, but it is almost free, and we just developing in normally without any money, and we works with my students, university students. It's very important part. And we have some couple of other implementation like activities and news and places and etc. But our main aim is helping to people with this application. And I'm checking other things, if any miss part about development and recovery. Yes, our main is recovery actually for Hatay after the devastation earthquake. Yes, 6 February. It's very hard, but we are helping this application. Today, I will show about the UI testing process with this application. And let's going to our structure side. Before this implementation, I would like to introduce this structure. We have actually, let's back this screen. I need to show if, let's say we need to implement any UI testing steps, we have to add actually Patrol have a couple of other way to find element, but the best way, and I think I prefer this way, we add some keys for finding element like card, like maybe this category field and etc. And after that we need the application case part. We actually create a repository for every case, and I will show some usage for this part like private and etc. And this other part is Vue implementation, how to use our keys with the Vue side. And I will show about my main structure is flow start. Flow start means that actually my this structure or this my idea is when you start this application or when you start this UI test, it will start first to end. It means that maybe you have couple of views. We're starting to visit first view like onboard, and after that we are going to splash and we are going to home, and we are making some process with this site. And I made this site as a flow actually, and as you can see this picture, maybe I'm not sure it's visible. It's quite visible, but I have onboard tests and I have onboard flow, splash flow, and home flow. It means that it contains home screen logic and splash logic and etc. And I have couple of core class, and maybe I have app helper base test scenario and some permission. I made some couple of file about that, and lastly I complete this flow with all this little but it's good implementation. And I'm using chain of responsibility, and we can say chain perspective actually. I will show this chain structure, but you just create your flow, and after that you just say run to my flow, and your everything will you work our site, will you work Flutter site actually. Yep, that's structure site. Yes, coding time. Before the coding, you have to install Patrol CLI, your computer, and after that Flutter command. And as you can see, my Flutter version is latest one, 3.22.32 and 0, and it's stable part is last one. And we are going to show our site, actually coding site, and I'm close my demo. I think it is okay. Maybe I have to open simulator in the left side, but the first time is open my project and close this terminal. Yes, and if you remember, I was talking about the structure in the start point is application keys, and we will start our structure, our implementation with this point. Of course, we just look at the Patrol documentation. Maybe if you heard about the first time, you can access Patrol usage in this step in this website. The team made this site. If your setup and installation process there, you have to do that. And Android and iOS site, you have to separate. You need some extra implementation for using native capability actually. And this site is okay. You can check the Patron code website, and let's return my site. Actually, I don't show about I don't think about the show setup process because it's getting more time. I directly focus my coding and focus my implementation side. And before to describe my project, I close everything. First of all, let's look my application, how is work, and of course what is this and how is working. I'm opening this application. Let's see how many page we have. And today actually my plan is show home splash and onboard page testing actually with this my flow. And I'm going to add some couple of a little logic for this step. And with live coding session, I just waiting to build. And while build my project, if I'm just showed about my Patrol implementation, you have to add Patrol, a little core implementation in pub/spec YAML site, app name and your package and bundle name, bundle ID, and you have to add Patrol in dev dependencies. You don't need to add normal dependencies because it's on the dev mode. And the other side, anything about that, the pattern implementation? No, it is okay. I close the warnings and etc. Error, okay. And I would like to show while loading my integration test site. Maybe I need to extra zoom again. I hope it is okay. And you can see we have integration, core, flows, home, onboard, and splash. We have 3 pages, and we will implement and we will use this actually architecture with this folder path and flows path. And yes, application is opening. Our first page is when you are first time install, we show some full page screen. We have some couple of talks about this after the magnitude earthquake, and we show something about that. For never forget the Hatay, about contains, and you can close and you can skip, and after that you can go to splash page, and after that splash decide to something about that, and you have to go home screen. As you can see, we first step is we show dialog about notification, and after that we see the some what's new screen. We contains about how we implement our new version, and you can close this button. And as you can see this home page, we have couple of places like place detail, and we have category detail, and we have activity, news, and settings side. And most of use from Turkish person, but we actually we support this English version this way. And today our aim is actually testing the onboard, splash, and home screen site. What we do home screen actually, as you can see, as maybe do you remember, you remember. If you remember the onboard screen, we have only one picture and the close button. Our first step is close and this validate image picture, and after that close button we tap it, and after that what we gonna go, we are going to splash screen. We will add this splash screen implementation. And lastly we are going, we see permission. We have to press permission, and after that we validate these places, and we will going to open some category like support and education and etc. We press this, we will see this screen, and I'm close this screen, and I'm going to validate some couple of cards like this card. I know this card ID. I just showed how to validate this card, and after that I will add some drag option, and it is okay for me this section. And let's see how to implement this couple of logic in our application actually. And before the testing actually, you have to, as I already mentioned, we have to implement you have to install a patrol CLI. As I was opening website, you have to look and you have to implement this site. And I would like to show about my logical operation actually. As I already mentioned, I implemented some chain responsibility patterns, and my logic and my flow is starting with start test file actually. It is my prepared before this session. As you can see, I have three couple of part, which one more is onboard, splash, and home. And I created chain, and as you can see, first step is onboard, and after that it's complete. If it's complete, I'm going to open splash, and after that splash, the next step is home. And if you have new step, you can add this way and you can test it. Maybe home detail, maybe activity detail, and etc. And if you create this chain, you just start with this command, and your flow we start and you flow making everything with your implementation. It is very good for testing whole application. Of course, if you want that widget test or if you want to make testing specific like home screen or onboard screen, you can do separated this way. But I want to use only I want to test whole project directly. And let's start with home onboard test section. Onboard test section, yes, there is. And I have actually two methods in there: run and wait and check validity. It was coming from base test scenario interface actually. What is my plan? If you know, I said I am making a build chain design, and actually and the next helping to going next step, next item, and run is starting this way, this flow. And wait, and what is wait and check valid? It's mean that maybe your onboard logic actually start only first time. If you user login again, user don't see the login onboard steps, and it mean that you add couple of logic in wait and check valid method in your steps. In the first point it's work, it's going to start. If it's okay, your run method is working. But if it's fail, it's if available next step, it's going to start next step. It's helping this chain side. Actually, this start flow method is helping this way, as you can see. And I'm going to works this method, wait and check valid. If it's okay, I'm going to start run method. If it's any problem, I'm going to call show error. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I always, if available next step, I'm going to call next nokta start flow. It is actually helping to manage these three ways. And that's it actually, this way usage. And let's look at this onboard side. As do you remember, maybe remember, we have only one image and close button. As you can see, I'm calling pump and settle. It means that I'm waiting this screen draw, and I'm checking is full image visible code. And after that, I'm checking is button visible. If button visible, I'm going to call tab command, and it means that it's closed. And after that, this operation is done, I'm going to continue to next step like home, like and etc. Of course, where is the coming and what is mean the car? I need to talk about this side. It's mean it's actually key part. I define my all keys with application case, and I'm accessing this case with this class. And actually my idea is I don't want to access splash case, onboard case, home case, or any case and anywhere. I just want to access with this class, and I'm using part of usage, and I close everywhere. It means that private, anyone can't access this directly, general case and etc. If any person want to use any keys, know that you have to look this path, you have to look this class, and after that I implement this type definition usage. Actually, patrol documentation has this one. It is better way. I can access directly this class with splash and etc. And I'm going to onboard case. As you can see, I have three keys like view, skip button, and full image. If I press this one, I can see who one use this key. And as you can see, this is my onboard view. I implement this keys with this path, and after that other key is there. It is a content, it's wrapped from image, wrapped to image. And lastly, I have close button. And where is my close button? Yes, I implement this side. Every Flutter widget has a key value you can define, and you can define these keys. And my best usage, my prefer is use with the card, .onboard and .skip button, and directly access, directly implement this way. And after any time, if you want to see or if you want to add new case, you know how to add, or if you want to edit or other part, every keys operation in this with this class. I think there is a good usage after my couple of implementation. I like that, and this is the first part. The second part, let's look at my test part. Where is test? Yes, splash test. And let's look at, as you can see, my second part. Before testing, you have to always look at or always define it how to work your or how to understand your steps will work, because my it means that I know if your view has this case, it means a splash case. It means that this page is a splash view, and I can do my logical operation like logo, like Lottie is visible. It is okay. But for example, if user coming again this screen because onboard showing only one times, as you can see, I created some code extra coding for looking onboard complete, and it is my checking shared key site. If you want make like this, or if you want direct the UI component, you have a couple of options, and you can use actually this way is onboard complete and etc. It means that if this it is returned false, it's not going to work run method, because our main logic work with this result. Actually, if result false, does not work your run method. If result true, it's you're going to work, your method is going to work. And yes, place test. Okay, lastly, I will add some couple of coding this part this way, but it is my home view. As you can see, what we're gonna do first of all, I'm trying to open this site. First of all, it's my, before this run method, I add the native permission checker, and if what's new sheet, as you know, if opened, I'm trying to check I'm trying to check if it's open, if it's available. I'm going to try to check this code, and with tap, if open, I'm going to call and tap and pump and settle. And this site is important point. If you don't add try catch and etc, it's getting pause your step. You have to implement like this code, try catch some couple of where, but I wrote some extension about feature, and you don't add any time every time the everywhere in try catch block. I add like safe void is working only it contains this code that try catch. If any problem catching up, it's continue to working on, it's not pause your thread. Why I am adding? Because as you can see, this is a wait and unit exit, but what's new sheet only first time show. Again, it's not show in the second time or new coming. It means that it's new try, or if you open again, you can't access, or if you don't exist this was new sheet dialog, it's getting exception, and I handle it this safe wait method. And after that is main method. I'm checking home view, almost the home view, and if home view exits, and I'm going to start my run method. Where is the home view? Let's check out home view. I add this key in my general scaffold, and add couple of new point home scrollable area for using way. And what is my new key category area I have, which this part I'm using at this key. And lastly, I add new key points like this. I can access directly with index number, maybe this chip, and etc at this point. Yes, this is my general usage, and place grid array this way. And if let's start this actually this flows without the new steps, and I have an extra script for you. I prepared as this is your run patrol sh. Normally you're going to open patrol develop and maybe patrol develop directly call this code. It's working and it's helping to hot reload option if you add the patrol develop command. But couple of project, if you have couple of emulator and etc in your computer, it's getting some problems. Sometimes you can't find this device ID or you have to add every time device ID. I created some script. It's getting find the emulator. If emulator found, I add this ID there, and after that it's directly automatically working on your computer. And I'm calling this script SI script. What is name? Run patrol SH. Yes. Actually, I will share to the script before this, after the section. It is very good part. If you use or if you try to implement your project path UI testing, you can actually feel or you can understand what is the power of this usage, or you can understand how to load power after this work. But if your first time, maybe it's getting some complication for you, but it's very normal. You just find or you just read about some UI testing framework, what is and how is used, and after that the session will help you structure your project. I will promise you for working with you. And by the way, it's getting some time at the extra time. It depends on computer, depends your emulator and etc. But it will work. I know that. Anything else I want to show? I don't know. Yes, it is okay actually. I just add the new test case. Yes, the steps. I actually at this point implement place card checker, check place card and etc. I think I almost reached my time. Maybe I can share my directly implemented code. I prepared this code, and after that we will see how to use this checker code. Yes, it works. That is cool. I'm going, as you can see, onboard splash and permission dialog is getting pressed allow button and and going to close button and going to open category, and as you can see all tests passed. This next I just added the new steps going to implement some drug, and I want to validate this card. It is very easy. I'm going to home keys and I'm going to add some case place card, as you can see with this ID, and I'm going to my home wheel and I have some place area code. Yes. And where is my grid builder? Yes, I added this car home keys place card with documentation ID. This is my implementation, and I'm back to my home test. I know this how to use this, how to access this item. I'm going to add final place area item. No, place area item. Yes, and place card. And before this testing, I fetch this place ID code. I know this places ID, and if you actually that is not accessible required, because if you want some items you can access directly with this code. Category area is a list view and you can access with add command. Patrol have couple of logical operation. It supports something about that. And after the place array item, I'm going to add place array item wait until visible code. Yes. The second part is I'm going to call place x. I'm going to first need the expect code. Yes. And the second tab try settling, and if you tap, I'm going to this native site, and then where is my code? Yes, it is okay. I'm going to press back after back section, and I'm going to attract and put and the screen refresh and press home. I'm going to back home screen. If you're working with development, you just put key of re, and your hot rod will working again. And as you can see, it is waiting. I'm going to categories. I'm going to yes, maybe save it. Sorry, it's not save it right now. It's save it. I'm going to start again. Just press the re button from keyboard. It's going to hot reload again. It's very useful while developing this site, because the other way you have to implement every time. As you can see, open this screen. Maybe press back, getting issue. Why? Actually, it works, but it is not important. Maybe press native is press work. It is normally work. Sometimes press back it is okay actually. I'm just looking. Try again. I don't know. Normally it's press work, but this time it's getting problem. It is not important right now. I close this tab button because we see the tab option and just want to see drag option. It normally work, yeah, but some like coding sessions getting problem. Yes, then close button and place card is validation and press home. Everything is okay, and I can actually I made and I finished my coding session. And let's check last part is about my section, and I'm going to open again. And last part, after everything is done, you can publish with this like Firebase Test Lab and couple of other provider your testing. As you can see, I shared some sharing code, and like Geekle, if you authorize with Geekle, you direct use with free for testing. It is very okay. And if you want to use with GitHub Action, I have some couple of prepared screen GitHub action flow patrol. Maybe where is workflow? Yes, like deploy function YAML. Actually, everything it's all similar. You just have to implement Node.js and Firebase CLI and Google Cloud implementation. And after that, yes, this is code, and why its name is dot, it have to name YAML, yes. And you just implementation normal code, Flutter CDK, Flutter, and anything implementation your project build actually. And lastly, Android, and if you have some couple of link SIs, and you have to install Patros, etc. Lastly, after every implementation, and you just calling your Firebase test lab run, it directly with work your GitHub CLI. And yep, that is I guess that's it. And yep, sorry, I reached my time, but I almost completed. Thank you for everything. You can reach me anytime, anywhere, GitHub, everywhere, YouTube, etc. If you have any question for this presentation, you ask me, feel free. And my main idea is, I know always everywhere say a good developer is a good human first. And because character shapes code, kindness builds teams. It is my main idea for every presentation. And thank you for watching. And if I hope you learned something about that, and see you soon. Thank you.
And thank you, Veli, for explaining this patrol concept. And let's move on. Let's move on to Eric Zanardo. Gotta go fast. How we built a racing team app with Flutter.
Hello everyone, thanks for having me. It's my first time at this event, so I'm very excited to be able to be here and share some of my experience with you all. Today I'm gonna talk a little bit about how we built this application for a racing team for NASCAR. And I hope you can enjoy this as much as we enjoy building it. I will not go very deep into technical details because, well, it's more about telling you about our experiences, our challenges, and like how Flutter and show how Flutter can be used through like all these different types of applications and including this very unique one. So yeah, I really hope you can enjoy learning about this experience that we have. So let me get started by presenting myself. So hello, my name is Eric. I am based in Brazil. I am working as an engineering lead at Very Good Ventures. I have been working with Flutter and Dart for quite a while now. I started back then in 2018 and have been focusing on Flutter ever since. I am part of the Flutter and Dart GD from Google, and also some people might know me from the community as an open source advocate and one of the maintainers of the Flaming Engine, the package to build games with Flutter. Cool. So like I mentioned, I'm gonna share with you all a little bit of my experience on how we build this companion app for a NASCAR racing team and all the challenges and so on and so forth. So we built this application for this team called Trackhouse. They are big in NASCAR, but they are not only in NASCAR. They also do MotoGP, and they have this focus on innovation, try to bring technology and into their racing, into their experience. And I guess this application is a reflect of that. And this is a rough idea of how the application is. So let me tell you a bit more about the application itself. So the idea of this application is that imagine that you are invited by Trackhouse to go watch a racing just from their pit stop boxes. So you'll be there sitting on the box and watching the race and all. And the idea is that the guest can have this iPad to follow all the information from the racing, uh, like in a easy way. So you have the iPad, with all the information that you need to know, like who is leading the race, all the informations like throttle and brake from the driver that you are following and things like that. They are directly accessible for you while you're using the iPad. And there's a lot of information there, right? So let me go up a little bit on what we can see. So as we look on the screen, we can see so that's why, let me go back a little bit first. So that is that you can see your racer, so the racer of the pit stop box that you are in is the one that you will be following, and you can always choose another one to observe, and compare them both. So uh, in this view, we are kind of watching the car ahead of the racer that we were observing right now, and this will be changing as race positions change and so on and so forth. We have, of course, a small mini map of the race itself, where we can see where our driver is, where the chase driver is compared to them, and you can have kind of a rough idea of how far they are from closing a lap, right? Because we have the start to finish line here. Uh, on the right, there is this view, which I kind of love this view, where we can kind of see the cars in the lanes of the race itself, the racing track itself. So you can see like who is on that, who is ahead, who is behind of the race observing, and so on and so forth. And you can see all other racers also like when they are running back. If you ever watch NASCAR, you see that they race in a very tight pack. So this can get very busy. We have a graph with some left time information, so you can compare it with some statistical analysis on how the race is going. And some other interesting information like the speed and how what the pilot is doing right now, right? So like you can see, like the angle of the steering wheel, you can see how much the driver is hitting gas or hitting brake and so on and so forth. So this is a rough idea of what the companion app is. But like I said, the idea of this app is to fulfill the guest who is watching the race with informations about the race that they are following. And this application had kind of pillars, right? Like things that were very important for it. So it should be easy to use, right? Because well, you are in a racing, there are so many things happening, you don't want to miss anything. So user experience and like easiness to use this application was very important. It should have a flawless performance because again, it's racing, a lot of things happening in a short period of time. So we don't want the app performance to be a blocker for you to follow that all that information flow. Again, also related to this, it should be real-time updated. So as the race is going, the information is flowing just to the app, and you can follow this live. The data should be accurate as well, because otherwise we don't want to mislead the guests into thinking that their racer is in first position, but they are actually second, so this can cause frustration. So uh, of course, we would want all the data that is displayed there to be accurate. And NASCAR races can go a long time, like sometimes even 2 4 hours. So the application should be stable enough to be able to run for long periods of time. So the application should be prepared to be running for couple, maybe like several hours without crashing, without having bugs, and so on and so forth. Now I'm gonna show you all a little bit about the macro visualization of the whole system. I know there's a lot of information here, so don't don't worry about trying to follow everything. But I really just want to show how complicated and how complex this had to we had to do this to be able to fulfill everything. So trying to go a little bit on top of it, a little bit of overviewing a little bit how it works. We basically have all the informations of the race in a cloud server where we have all the assets for the race that is happening, like the information about the track, its length, the track itself. All that is stored in a cloud server that we set up. A lot of information comes from NASCAR themselves. And this is, and then on top of it, we have also a network inside the racing itself, inside the track itself, right? So the applications are not really directly connected to internet. They do have internet, but the main flow information does not come from the internet, but rather from an internal network that is set up on the track itself and is provided by NASCAR and all the infrastructure of the racing itself. And all the vehicles on racing, they are equipped with, like devices and things to put like audio and video of the car itself, the position that they are, or the position of the track, like how much they progress on the racing, their throttling, the gas, and all the stuff. All this is propagated to this network inside the NASCAR infrastructure, in the NASCAR racing infrastructure. And then on each of the pit box, we had to build a small server that will connect to this internal network to the tracks, and this will process all the information that we are getting from that internal network. So we use a lot of things like Redis, Nets, and all these things that I would love to go more in depth, but I won't have time to go in very much details. But this basically will get that raw information that comes from the race and transform it into something more, uh, in something easier for the app to consume, for the app to be able to read that into the user. Because another one important concern that we have is that like we cannot overflow the network traffic because otherwise we would fail on one of those pillars like data accuracy and things like that. So again, this is a server that runs we choose a Mac Mini to run, and these are servers that will go jet into the pit stop boxes. And then the iPads, the applications will connect to those servers into they are into the pit boxes. And as you might guess, this app is built in Flutter. And yeah, that's a rough idea of like how the whole system is set up. And then the part that I am able to tell you a bit more about, which is the app itself and this is how we architecture it, right? So it's not really that complicated of application. We use Block. Uh, a lot of the things are rendered with Flutter and some of these packages. And we also use Flame, which I'll get a little bit more in depth in a bit. So first things first, why did you choose to use Block? So, well, it is very well established that Block is a great solution for state management for Flutter. It's very mature. Is used throughout the whole ecosystem of Flutter. So and since it is the standard choice for us at VGB, it was natural that we choose Block to manage the whole state of the application. And I guess a good a pro thing about blogging this project specifically is that because it works with string internally, working with strings, external is also super easy to do. And we had to work with a lot of different strings because the information was flowing a lot, and this kind of fit very well for us. We also use Flame to build this case view that I mentioned earlier. And the reasoning behind that is that this view almost feels like a game in itself. We have a car in the middle, we have a camera, that follow that car. We have other cars that go into the camera depending on their position and so on and so forth. So using Flame gave us a lot of advantage, especially on this camera handling, because a game engine, like games, they usually will have a camera to navigate through a stage, to navigate through a world, and this made our lives way easier to do than if we did this in plain Flutter. And of course, Flame in the end is just a widget. So even though it is a game widget, it is a game engine, it's something that we're building on top of a game engine, because Flame is just a widget in the end, it fit very well into the application. So it wasn't like if we did this in Unity, for example, where it would be super hard to integrate. This Flame is just a widget. It was naturally to integrate it in there with everything else that we have. And of course, Flutter is great to do custom renderizations of anything that we can fit in a widget. So some of the parts we just use, like graph libraries like FL shards, Many things we just used custom painters to do because it was simple to do. So Flutter by itself is already like a great tool for us to be able to render anything with good performance and all. And it was great to build all the other things that would be too much of our engineer using Flame, for example. Now the challenges. So this was a little bit cool. I didn't know how many racers a NASCAR race had. So we had more than 4 pilots racing the same track, and this gave us like a storm of events and data, because and this data comes just from the NASCAR infrastructure that I mentioned previously. So for each car, we have 100 events per second. So this means that and this is just for the lap fraction, right? So like how much of a lap the racer run that lap. So just for that, for all the cars, we would be receiving 4,000 events per second, uh, which would total 240,000 in a minute. So it's a lot of data coming. And again, this is just for the lap fraction. We have a lot of other types of events like throttling, positioning, if the races were entering the pit stop or not. So the real number, I never did the math, but if all the guys, I would say is triple that, more or less. So I don't know, something close to 12,000 events per second. And so that means that we had a lot of data connections. We to use strings to receive things in real time. We would, because the race is so dynamic, right? So sometimes if we are watching the car ahead of our racer, that can change a lot in a single minute. So we would need to all the time change the descriptions. Like I'm watching this race and I'm watching this other one. So we would have to manage that. And like I mentioned before, races can take up to 4 hours, in total. So we need to be able to make the app stable enough that it can run for this amount of hours without crashing, without freezing, and things like that. And then as we start to use memory leaks everywhere, this was the biggest challenge that we had. We had to debug the application, to there were many instances of memory leaks that would only happen in certain situations. And because the amount of data that we had was so big, not only in amount of data, but also in frequency, some memory leaks or some issues that we usually don't really worry in normal application. This was very critical for in this application itself. So here is, for example, an example that I took from the the Flutter Dev tools itself, where we had at a point when I took this screenshot, 46,000 instances of this track state class. And this was like 3 second interval of capturing instances. Unfortunately, I didn't have a screenshot that for that, but I remember that in one instance I had like 4 million instances of this class in memory, which were causing a lot of breaks, a lot of crashes, freezing, and so on and so forth. And this tool, this memory inspector from the Start Dev tool, the Flare Dev tools is very, very interesting and very good for us to debug this. So if you ever need to hunt for a memory leak, if you ever need to inspect your memory to, try to find all issues, this is the way to go. And here is a screenshot when we finally managed to fix the memory leak. So this is the app running normally, 10,000, almost 11,000 instantly in memory. for this particular class. And between 2 seconds of capturing the snapshot and capturing another snapshot, we'll see that it doesn't change too much, right? Of course, this number will never be the same all the time because I have garbage collector and other stuff, but this tool was also, it was not only useful for us to understand the issue, to track down the issue, but also to prove that it was fixed. So I really suggest that if you ever have this type of problem, don't hesitate to launch the Flutter Dev tools and use all the features that it has to help you. And most of our memory leaks were due a very common pitfall and a very simple thing, which is subscriptions that were not being closed. So like I said, like we had to manage subscriptions changing all the time. So by mistake, by that word mistake, we forgot sometimes to change to cancel subscription, and this would be adding to the memory because we would have subscription that would be leaving, receiving data, and that would pile up and cause all these freezings and crashings and all. And of course, this does not solve everything, but it's some people don't really see much value in this, but this project itself showed how good this approach is when using block to use the for each method from your emit uh, instance, because this will allow the block to automatically manage subscription for you. So so you don't need to worry anymore about forgetting to cancel a subscription because it will do it for you. Of course, this pattern does not apply to all cases. We had instances where we had to manage a string manually and make sure that we were canceling it and all. But once we changed to use this pattern in most of the places, we started to see way and way less memory leaks in our application. So here's a tip for you all. Always, every time you are using strings in a block, you should try the for each pattern because that will, help you a lot to not fall in this pitfall of not canceling a string subscription. And a little fun fact is not really related to Flutter or anything, but I think it's cool to share that not everything's about the software in this program. We had folks that had to go there to the pit stops boxes and you know prepare all these benches and the support is for the iPads and install hardware and connect everything. So it it was very cool to see, like the other parts of software development, which is the preparation of the hardware and all that things structure. So not really something related to Flutter itself and all, but I think it's cool to share that sometimes we got in situations where we also need to install, like hardwares and make like a support for an iPad that you need to solder into the bench and things like that. So it was very interesting to see this as well. And that's it. I raced it to the finish because I had a lot to share with you all, but I hope this was valuable to you. And yeah, thanks so much for the opportunity to share this with you all.
Yeah, wow, that was cool actually. I feel like I was there actually. Thank you very much. I see Eric and Devansh and Veli actually on my backstage. Hello guys, happy to meet you. How are you? Wow.
Hello.
Hey, hello, hello.
Hey, folks.
Hello, hello. Wow, that was super great sessions to hear, and thank you very much for joining for the Q&A session. And I see some guys are actually saying, "Hey, that was insightful on YouTube or something." So, yep. And let us just, why don't we just start with our questions? Because that's why everyone is here for. And the first one goes to you, Devansh. What's the practical overhead for integrating and delivering 1.32 on demand model?
Yeah. So that's the primary trade-off that you need to do when you're trying to implement on-device AI. And I believe that this overhead would be well mitigated once the platform providers, like if you had watched Apple's event yesterday, they already introduced something called on-device agent for on-device AI framework, where you can directly leverage LLMs that are deployed on device by them to do that. So as of now, obviously we are in early onset of on-device AI thing entirely, and we have SLMs that are sort of manageable by the device, but they come at the trade-off of very large download sizes. But when we say that there is an overhead of 1.35 GB, it's more like once in the life cycle. So like you only need to download that once, and that too we can control whether or not user wants to download it. If they want to download it, that's a different story. That's just like the games that they play on their phone, right? But it's not necessary for every single user to download that on-device thing.
Well, that's interesting. Good to know. Thank you. And next goes to you, Veli. In past, Patrol had issues with native views like Google Maps or Gallery, and even interacting with some permissions was difficult. How has Patrol progressed in those areas, if you know that?
Actually, yeah, right. Maybe 1 years ago or maybe oldest version, it says some issue. I know that actually I'm following this repository, but I'm using right now a couple of my project, and of course in the release latest version, it's not have any major issue. I'm not. I don't know the maybe latest version getting, but I'm sure that it's work stability right now. Probably maybe last version getting couple of some issue, and actually sometimes it's your device getting some issue. Maybe when I try to iOS simulator 17 and sometimes 18 is getting some problems. Maybe be careful your emulator, your device problem is getting, but in generally Patrol right now very good, and I think it's work very well right now.
Thank you very much. I wish you all the best to Patrol, of course.
Yeah.
And this one goes to you, Eric. How were data prioritization strategy implemented on pit stop servers to handle high data frequency and maintain accuracy?
Yeah, so I guess we couldn't prioritize one information over the other because all the information was, equal priority. So we just made sure that we were not consuming more information that we needed. So there are some caching strategy that we're implementing in the backend on the server that were in the pit stop. And we made a heavy usage of Redis queues, which is, Redis is very well known for being able to handle high amounts of data. And we didn't have much problem in the server because we could leverage all the power of Redis. And on the application, we did some strategies to, like discard information that we don't need and things like that. Like sometimes information would come in wrong order because even though they are triggered in a certain order because of network latency and all that stuff, they might arrive in a different order. So we would do checkings to know, hey, is this information newer than the one that we have? If it is, we use. If not, we just discard. So we had to implement a little bit of those check-ins in the application just to make sure we are not showing inaccurate data.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So, guys, do queuing. All right, and Devansh, going to you back and beyond OpenCL, what specific low-level optimizations are crucial for on-device AI performance? Sorry.
So when we say on-device AI performance optimizations, it's mainly to see how how we are doing the inferencing with these AI models. So when I use Flutter Gemma plugin, they handle a lot of these abstractions under the hood. the main abstractions include having an inference engine. That's basically the piece of software that communicates with models to get your data to them and to bring back what model is processing and bring back to you. So that inference engine optimization is a very important optimization when it comes to building these things. However, a lot of plugins are handling it very well these days. But when you want to go get that last extra bit of good performance, you need to manage that as well.
Thank you very much. Veli, we're going to you. How does Patrol hot reload for UI test scale with complex state management scenarios?
Actually, Patrol, I don't know how to work actually the behind side. The Patrol actually, I don't look at this side, but I can say that it is reload like Flutter side. How is the Flutter hot reload working? It's same as the Flutter Patrol side. Your state management or your application actually does not important for this side. It is working normally, and I think, and my experience, I didn't catch it any problem for complex or any state management scenarios because it's not related to your package or etc. It's working directly.
So don't worry, guys. It's okay. Yeah. All right, Eric. What automated testing strategies can validate the application stability and accuracy over long duration? Wow.
Yeah, so this is an interesting question. We basically got the opportunity to test this through various races. So we had like the potential to test because when before we went to the pit stops itself, we were able to watch from the iPad running while a race was happening. So we basically did a lot of manual testing and measure, So we were watching the race, we were running the application, running the data developer tools and see if there was any memory leaks happening. Because usually when you run for an hour, you are good to run for several hours because if something abnormal would happen, it would happen this hour. So unfortunately, might not be the best approach, but that's the only one reliable that we could think that is, let's just test this and let it run for an hour and profile the application and make sure it's able to endure for this amount of time.
Can't hear you.
Oh no, I was muted. I always do that. Sorry, guys. I wasn't saying anything important, so don't worry. The ones are the battery consumption implications and mitigation strategy for on-device AI.
So yeah, this is a very pressing issue with implementing on-device AI with current state of its implementation. Uh, the ways with which we can mitigate the implications for battery especially is to handle how we are using that model and how much for like how long we are using that model to run on device. So we need to, so like in my code, I've said that we need to shut down the inference engine as soon as we are done with it, because that's the most battery intensive part of it. Like whenever you're trying to get things out of that model, it's gonna churn a lot of computational power from your device, and that in turn drains a lot of battery. So we one need to make sure that you only use your inference engine when you absolutely need it, and once you're done, just shut down that engine.
But guys, I feel like it will still drain our phones.
Yeah, it will
Of course. And yeah, Veli, to you, what are the trade-offs of using keys extensively for element identification in patrol tests?
Actually, I'm using directly key couple of times, but when I said I don't prefer the directly find element with name or any type or etc. I already tell about my session. I directly created some keys pattern and I use this time, and that's it, I think.
Thank you. And right, we got this question to Eric now. Beyond block subscription management, what advanced debugging techniques are you using to fix memory leaks from high frequency data?
All right, this I'm not gonna lie, I use a lot of prints to debug some of the data, uh, especially because like at a time we would like to consolidate data in memory before inspecting it. So we would more than once I wrote like some custom debug code to accumulate data in a variable, and then when certain conditions were met, I would print them. So uh, yeah, there isn't really a silver bullet debug solution here. To be honest, it most like if you understand the system that you built, you understand where you need to understand where the issue is. So we just use like several different techniques and like prints. We did profiling that are developer tools, which is very useful. I must confess that I didn't use that extensively before this project. So yeah, that would be my answer to you.
Thank you very much. Going further, Veli, how do you compare Patrol with Maestro and with the recently released Firebase AI agent tester? In Firebase distribution, which one you think is best in which scenario? Well,
It's a good question actually, and I used every stack in my actually latest time, and I can say that first of all there is a couple of different scenario when using like Maestro with Patrol, because Maestro you are using after the APK or IPA file. It means that your application built and you can test it. Patrol and Flutter side, we are going to write coding side. It's integration test. Is mean it is kind of different. But actually, I love the right. If you, I am a QA engineer and I don't maybe know, I don't have any more experience. Probably Maestro is better than Patrol or Flutter any testing framework, because you can directly write and you can directly like a human language testing scenarios. It's very good, but the Patrol actually most of coding site I prefer definitely for coding site and Patrol, but Maestro is latest version is cloud version is some expensive. Be careful. Last point is I am a private tester for uh, agent, actually AI agent Firebase tester. I think there is not free to public to all everyone use it. Actually, I'm in the beta program. I used actually it is good. You can use and it is automated for every flow with some text prompt actually, but it's developing right now. I think probably it will be better for general testing. I'm following that, but right now it's beta. Maybe next time it will be better for Firebase side.
thank you very much, and thank you for this teaser of what's going on out there, because not everybody actually on beta testing program. And sorry for interrupting this Q&A session, but I can't be quiet on that. At Geekle AI Labs, we have the project Zero Docs, and we aim to actually help you guys to create the automated software documentation on high level, so you don't have to write any of those documents. And also we will be updating those documents as code evolves. And today we have early access preview opened, and I will drop in the chat this link, and I would be highly appreciated if you will guys try it out and give us the feedback to make it better. So I'll do it in few seconds, but first I will announce next question probably. Yeah, Wally, are there any CI/CD configuration pitfalls for patrol tests with native capabilities and device environment?
Yes, actually, we are using some pipeline for testing process. Especially, we need some couple capability for permission and Bluetooth open and etc. And my end optimization, actually, I shared some scripts about that. It actually works as didn't catch any extra problems, and I think it's very good right now. It can be usable, yes, right.
Thank you for your answer. And yes, Eric, amazing talk. Where can I learn more about these? Can you share your slides, guys? And not only Eric, but also Veli and Da Vinci. I would ask you actually to write some post on social mentioning maybe Geekle, maybe me, maybe this Flutter Summit, and sharing your insights, what you feel about the topic you shared, and maybe some additional materials that would be super cool. Thank you very much for, and yes, app.zerodocs.ai. If you want to give some feedback to us, please do. And yeah, gentlemen, thank you very much. As always, energy and experience and smiles. I care about smiles, actually. Thank you very much. And yeah, have a nice evening, morning, day, whatever you have.
Have a nice day.
You
Thanks
Yeah.
so
too.
much.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. And dear audience, I didn't have my lunch, so I will have my late lunch now. And of course, bon appetit to all of you if you didn't have one or just chewing something. And let me check when we come back for the next blog. Well, it's gonna be in almost 20 minutes. And Adby Santos with Flutter crash handling with Sentry and Firebase will be opening that blog. And yes, if you have some few minutes, go and check out. Maybe it's something really interesting for you to use for documentation. Maybe you could give us more ideas about that. Thank you very much and see you in 20 minutes. I'm back after, and yep, I'm back after having my lunch and some personal time. I'm ready to announce at Bisantas Flutter crash handling with Sentry plus Firebase. Let's do it.
Hey everyone, super excited to be here. Let's talk about how using Sentry and Firebase together can make your app stronger, faster, and way more reliable, and why that really matters for your users and your business. Now, imagine this. You've just joined a fast-growing company. The marketing team is energized. Developers are pushing code at an incredible pace. And leadership is eager for the next big product milestone. The launch day arrives. The app looks beautiful. It performs well in all pre-production tests. And you've told the world it's ready. But 24 hours later, there's an eerie silence. The user engagement is far below the expectations. Within 48 hours, uninstall rates skyrocket, tripling the predicted churn. Then the postmortem reveals the core issue. There are hidden bugs in critical user flows, bugs that only manifested under real-world conditions. This scenario isn't rare, it's predictable. As teams scale and complexity grows, so do risks. The problem isn't speed, it's the lack of robust monitoring. Without visibility, your beautifully crafted app is a black box in the hands of your users. And why monitoring matters? We often believe that quality assurance ends when the test pass and CI/CD pipelines are green, but this is a dangerous illusion. According to recent industry reports, over 90% of apps experience production errors within the first month of launch. More strikingly, 63% of users abandon an app after just one bad experience. Monitoring is no longer optional, it's strategic. Without proactive monitoring, teams rely on App Store reviews, anecdotal user feedback, or worst of all, silence to detect issues. This latency can mean the difference between product adoption and abandonment. Monitoring bridges this gap. It enables engineering teams to transition from reactive firefighting to proactive product stewardship, protecting not just code quality, but also user trust and business visibility. And the key tools are Sentry and Firebase. Two tools have emerged as industry standards for effective production monitoring, and they are Sentry and Firebase Crashlytics. Sentry provides developers with detailed error tracking, context-rich stack traces, and a full timeline of breadcrumbs that are user actions and system events that lead to an issue. This helps not only in detecting the problem, but in understanding its cause with precision. On the other hand, Firebase Crashlytics offers deep integration with mobile platforms, real-time crash reporting, and actionable alerts tailored for mobile development. These tools complement each other. Sentry excels in structured error monitoring across platforms, while Crashlytics provides mobile-specific telemetry and crash prioritization. By combining them, teams gain end-to-end visibility from back-end APIs to front-end user interactions, enabling swift identification and resolution of production issues. Now, Let me walk you through a practical example. Setting up real-time crash monitoring in a Flutter app using Sentry and Firebase together. So, the demo project, we have a project where I am using Firebase and Sentry. You can choose to use like just one of them or both. Here, I'm using Firebase to catch fatal exceptions, fatal errors actually, and Sentry for exceptions only, so non-fatal errors, okay? So in this example, I'm running with run zoned guarded and catching all the errors right here, reporting as fatal. So it's going to Firebase, and we are initializing Firebase and Sentry inside of the run function, okay, of this runs unguarded. Then I'm setting up the flutter_error function and passing that line of code. I'm reporting fatal errors to that guy, and then we run the app, and I'm using Sentry widget because it's how could I say that, we can see some UI information about the exception in the dashboard, okay? So that's the why I'm using that guy. Here I'm calling main app, okay, and right here the home page. Here in the home page we have two functions, one to trigger a fatal error, so it's an exception that it's not being caught, and an exception that is being caught here, expected error, okay? So if you have HTTP request or some other function or method that is expected to have unexpected actions, like the user didn't pass any information like the password or other thing that they are supposed to pass, okay? So here we report that exception to our service. We're passing the error, the stack trace, the hint, and some tags. Here we have only a simple page. Let's run that guy to see the screen, not in debug, but in release mode. The packages are Sentry, Firebase Crashlytics, and Firebase Core. Look at the versions, version 8 of Sentry and 4.3.6 of Crashlytics, Firebase Core 3.13. My Flutter version, my current version is Flutter 3.32.1, and Dart version is 3.8. okay, and here I'm using envid for environment variables, okay? So the DSN is hidden, okay? I'm not showing that guy right here, and you can use it on your project too. Just take a look at the pub.dev, okay? So in the dashboard of Firebase, we have some exceptions here, the handle tab, and some other functions. Let me take a look at that guy. It's loading right here. We have the line of code that the error occurred. Line 8, we have some descriptions, fatal exception because it was not recorded by the developers, by a instruction of the developer, but instead the Firebase called that exception. So it's considered a fatal exception because it could crash the app or at least interrupt a flow that the user could be doing. And have some keys here. The reason that we passed, the exception itself, and at the service we have those functions. I forgot to show you guys. So we have the report fatal and report expected. I could write report expected error and report fatal exception, okay, or fatal error. So we just pass the error, the stack trace, fatal true, and the reason with a hint, and here report expected we call sentry, okay, and here we have just a simple log for the developer, and here we have the app. So we trigger a fatal error and a expected error. So let's trigger a expected exception and take a look at the dashboard, Sentry dashboard. So I have this exception right here. Let's take the most recent one right here. We have some timestamps. Last seen, the first seen 4 hours ago. I was testing that application. We have some IDs, the version of the device, the environment, the version of the app. So all of that information is out of the box. I don't have to pass anything. I don't write anything. It's everything up to the Sentry package. It passes all the information, okay, from the Flutter version to the available device memory, if the app is charging, if it's online, the type of connection. And when we have a simple exception like this one, you possibly are thinking that's a lot of information, I don't need all of those things. But when we have complex bugs that happen only on iOS or Android under certain conditions, if the phone is, depending on the connection type, like cellular or Wi-Fi, if it happens when the screen has some configurations like the resolution is X or Y, and the pixels, if it's a simulator or not. So some bugs only happen on, real devices. And on the simulator, it won't happen. And some tests made by QAs actually aren't able to capture all the bugs that could happen in production. So an error monitoring system is essential to protect us and protect the users of our apps. Okay, so we have the stack trace right here. We have some breadcrumbs. It's very helpful. So let's now trigger a fatal exception and it goes to the Crashlytics. Let's take a look at that guy and see some differences. Personally, I think Sentry has a lot of information, very helpful information, many details. It's very well detailed. And Crashlytics, it's great when we have Firebase in our application. We are using like Firebase database or Firebase Analytics. Crashlytics comes easily, and we have pretty much the same information. It's a simple bug, so it's easy to fix if it happens in production. As I said, bugs will happen. It's very likely to happen in production in under certain conditions. Okay, so these guys, we must have guys like that on our application. You don't need to use them both. You could use only one of them, Firebase, Crashlytics. If you already have, other Firebase tools, it comes easily. And Sentry is a tool that has a lot of, details and helpful information, but those guys could have a cost. So we have to take a look at this kind of things. We have some tags here. So the device that happened the bug, so it happened 75% on that device and 25% on the simulator. The environment, release, OS, Android 15 and 13. Some bugs only occur on specific versions of Android or iOS. I had some bugs a couple of months ago that only happened on iOS under 15, so I had to test on that device. It was actually a Flutter bug. I had to update the Flutter version that the project was using so that I could fix the bug. And here we have the path. We have some kind of clue about the structure of the page. Two items, media query, layout ID, actions, animated builder, button style button. So we click the button and the bug happens. Network type cellular, it was not Wi-Fi, so it could be some type of clue about that exception. Battery level, the locale, memory size, low memory, orientation, some UI bugs or overflows only happen on portrait or landscape, so that information is really helpful for these types of bugs. If the app was resumed or it was on background. Let me open the exception right here. That one was English, memory size was lower, actually. First and the last event, view more events, happen only in production. Current release, next release. It has some integrations like Jira and GitHub. With Jira, we can create an Jira car right away, and with GitHub we have some kind of clue about the suspect commit that could have caused that bug. So here in the example we have our main.dart. We could add other information like, let me show you, capture exception. We could add other breadcrumbs, add breadcrumb, and here we could add like a message, a type, a level, sentry level, debug error, fatal info, warning or info, like user is authenticated, or a warning, the user did some action that it's very error prone or is related to bugs, or the user deactivated some function of the app and it could take the user to a bug. So it's very useful. Okay, we have some other functions. Let's try some things here. Close, capture event, capture message, configure scope. We have tags, hint, pass the hint too, and Crashlytics as well. We have other informations that we could pass. So I recommend you to test those guys to get used to them, and if you already have an application in production, you must have those kinds of error monitoring systems. They are very helpful. They will improve the speed of delivering of bugs resolution, and you feel safer overall, because while you are out, while you are having dinner or on vacation, these guys are recording exceptions and getting all the information that you, as you get back home, you could have to take manually. They have all the information that you are supposed to need. As we've seen, capturing errors is only part of the equation. The true power lies in interpreting the data. With Sentry, we can trace the entire sequence of events leading up to a failure through breadcrumbs. This allows us to reconstruct complex user journeys and identify patterns in error occurrences. Meanwhile, Firebase Crashlytics groups crashes by similarity, highlighting the most pervasive and impactful issues through metrics such as crash-free sessions and user impact percentage. By combining these insights, teams can prioritize fixes based on user impact and business risk, rather than guesswork. Effective data interpretation enables a shift from focusing on raw crash counts to focusing on reducing user pain and maintaining product stability. Now, let's elevate the discussion. Why does this matter beyond the engineering team? High churn rates, negative app store reviews, and user abandonment are direct consequences of unmonitored production errors. The study showed that 71% of users uninstall an app immediately after it crashes. Conversely, companies that implement structured monitoring reduce their mean time to resolution by up to 70%, preserving user trust and reinforcing brand reputation. Monitoring transforms engineering decisions into business outcomes. It ensures that product iterations are informed by real users' data, enabling teams to prioritize features and fixes based on actual user behavior and pain points. In short, production monitoring is not just about avoiding crashes. It's about safeguarding user experience, driving engagement, and ultimately ensuring the product's business success. Let me close with 3 key takeaways. First, proactive monitoring is essential. It allows teams to detect and fix critical issues before they escalate and reach end users. Second, the combination of Sentry and Firebase Crashlytics provides comprehensive coverage for Flutter apps, offering both cross-platform insights and mobile-specific crash analytics. And third, monitoring isn't just a technical concern. It's a strategic lever for product and business success. It connects the dots from code to customer, from stability to revenue. If there's one idea I hope you leave with today, it's this. Robust monitoring turns reactive firefighting into proactive product leadership. Thank you. See you guys. Have a great event.
Thank you very much to Ed Santos for this great session, and we're moving on. Fabian Valera Bonet, SQL and Firebase. Introduction to Data Connect with Flutter.
Hi everyone, welcome to this session. I'm going to talking about a Firebase Data Connect with Flutter. Who am I? I'm Fabian Varela. I am senior Flutter developer. I have working with Flutter since 2018. I am the organizer of the Flutter Bogota community. Okay, SQL in Firebase? Yeah, it's possible now. But first, what is SQL? I suppose that you know what is SQL, but just in case, SQL is a language to handle and manage a relational database system and handle all the tables, create data, update data, delete data, and all the process in the database system. Okay, but and SQL in Firebase is possible thanks to Firebase Data Connect. So, what is Firebase Data Connect? Firebase Data Connect is a backend as a service that use a relational database for web and applications. Handle this task with a PostgreSQL database and is powered by Cloud SQL in Google Cloud. Data Connect enables you to declare the queries that you need using schemas from PostgreSQL that aligns with your data model. It's like a self-driving app server for your specific application. So now I would like explain the different or various databases that use in Firebase. Okay, the first one is obviously real-time database. Real-time database is based on a JSON tree in a flat structure. It's the first database that Firebase implemented. The second one is the most useful, that is CloudFister. CloudFister is based on a key value documents inside collections. So in this case, you have a database. The database has a lot of collections. The collections has a lot of documents, and the documents has the structure in key values. It's like a JSON, but more organized. And the last one is more recent. That is a Firebase Data Connect. Data Connect is based on SQL with a structure based on tables, rows, and columns. It's the typical enterprise database that used in different companies or big companies, because big companies that I remember in my experience use SQL like SQL Server, Postgres, Oracle, etc. What is the capabilities in Firebase Data Connect, or what is the capabilities that support? The first one is a backend by Cloud SQL. In this case, is a database service that manage and maintain with PostgreSQL. This is the database, and Google Cloud. This is the reason that use SQL and Google Cloud to handle this instance there, and not directly with Firebase. Firebase is like a service to handle this. The second is vector search. The vector search is a way to use AI in our applications using this kind of searching in our projects. Maybe in the end of the session, I'm going to explain in detail how it works. The next one is type safe using the SDK platform. As you can see, Firebase and even Data Connect offers multi-platform SDK in Android, native, iOS, web with JavaScript, and obviously with Flutter. This is the 4 platforms from the frontend supports Firebase Data Connect so far. The other feature or capability is user-based authentication. In this case, improve the security using end-user authentication to allow authorized users or roles to execute these transaction and databases processes. And the last one is not a capability, but is something to keep in mind, that is the pricing, because it's important to enable the pricing in the Firebase project to use Data Connect. Why? Because as you can see, Google Cloud use instance databases in all the cloud platform, and obviously this platform is not free. So you have to use the pricing plan to implement Data Connect in the project. But the facility is that, for example, if you use maybe 250,000 operations or under that, this quantity has no cost. But if it's over this value, maybe if the operations reach to 1 million, the value is approximately $4. So it's not expensive, but is a good price to understand this process. Even though for the moment or in the beginning, 2015 operations is not a lot to start or test this feature that is Data Connect. Okay. Obviously, if you enable Vertex AI, or if you want to, I don't know, increment the memory, the storage, or the instance, the cost obviously increment, but is not related with Data Connect. Okay, this is the idea to keep on mind. Okay, how does Firebase Data Connect work? As you can see in this flow, it's very simple. You have sent the queries and mutations. Obviously, this is the app that you handle. Maybe, I don't know, this is a restaurant, for example, and you can get the menu or create the order, and in this case, use queries and mutations. Obviously, you have to be authenticated, or maybe not. It depends on the rules. And after that, the queries and mutations sent to Data Connect service, and the Data Connect service handle all the SQL processes. Maybe internally, these queries and these mutations is translated to SQL, and the SQL is sent to PostgreSQL on the cloud SQL, and send the result that we need. Okay, but why queries and notations? Why these two items? Okay, why need to use it? And this is the reason. GraphQL is the key. I suppose that you know what is GraphQL as well, because it's more recently a language to implement in the APIs. Okay, but just in case, GraphQL it's a query language agnostic, because I can use GraphQL in all the languages: JavaScript, C#, Java, Kotlin, etc. And is very useful for for APIs or backend, and it's executed in runtime from the server side. And the good feature in GraphQL is I want to query the fields that I need or the mutations that I sent. I don't want to receive fields or response that I don't use or that I don't need it. This is very useful, this language, to handle the backend request and the response. Okay. This is very interesting because exists a phrase that is implemented in Data Connect, and I like it because this phrase facilitates our job. As you can see, you write the query and we do the rest. So I like it because the only thing that we do is write the query, and Firebase does the rest. In this case, as you can see, what would we do? Firebase provides GraphQL in two sections. The first one is create schemes or a data model. This is a thing that we handle in create all the tables, columns, structure, etc. And the connectors. The connectors are features to create queries and mutations. And what is the result? In this case, Firebase automatically create the following schema in PostgreSQL. Create the tape save SDK. For example, create the class in our project, in this case in the Flutter project. And the last one, Firebase create the API endpoints to access from the cloud and handle all the operations and mechanisms. So this is very nice, or for me it's nice, because I just want to concern in create the scheme, what want to receive, and what is the transactions. And Firebase do the rest. And I don't know, maybe with this time we make a coffee, or I don't know, or enjoy the time reading. Maybe just kidding. Is the idea is approach that is improve the time and take advantage with this time to implement more things. So I like this feature. So this is the reason that I am talking about in this session to Data Connect. This is an example about the GraphQL schema structure. With this schema, we are going to create a table. In this example, for example, sorry for the redundance, we are going to create a table. The table name is product, and we have name and price. If we translate how does look like in Postgres, we can show the result here and create a table product. This is the same name. Set YD. In this case, the YD is automatically or is internally. Set the name and the price. and in this case respect the data type. The good thing in that connect that is support some data types like string, integer, float, boolean, UID, as you can see, UID, begint, datetime, timestamp, and vector. But vector is more complex, and in the end, I'm going to talking about this. Okay. So what is the next? Queries and mutations. As you can see, queries and mutations is a way to implement the form to get the data. As you can see, I'm going to get all the products that has the max price or the min price, or maybe get the orders here with these notations. These notations I'm going to explain later. And this is the mutations. The mutations for this example is I'm going to create a new product with this data and or create a new order with this data, right? So this is not difficult, but there are more criteria to set different queries and mutations. Okay, this criteria is named key or keywords. Okay, the keywords in this case exist directives, queries, and mutations. Okay, the first directive for this case is for tables. In this case, I want to use the directive. The add sign is directive in this case. So I'm going to use add table or add call or add default or add index. It's similar to SQL when I want to use create table or set a column or set a default value or create an index. For queries and mutations, this is different directives because it's out. Out is when I want to create queries or mutations authenticated or using Firebase authentication. Check is similar when I want to check before to create the query or the mutation, or I don't know if the field exists or doesn't exist, create it or update it, for example. Redact is a kind of directive to respond. For example, if the data doesn't exist, send a message saying the movie or the order doesn't exist, please try again or something. And the transaction is used for mutations when I want to use a transaction to create, update, or remove, or delete in this case. The queries to use is similar when I implement in SQL using alias or filters with where or order by. In Cloud Firestorm, I used these filters as well. Singular and plural with where, limit, offset is very useful for pagination. Pagination queries. The other operation is using regex or regular expression and or these validations. Complex or queries or complex queries, for example, many to one, many to many, one to one, is similar to in SQL when using inner join, left join, right join, full join, outer join, etc. And the last one is aggregation. In this case, aggregation, we can use count, max, min, sum, average, distinct, and having. This aggregation is when I want to use more numeric operations. It's similar to in SQL. And the last one is mutations. In mutations, the only thing is to create, use insert or offset. To update is use update or update many. Also, we can use increment or decrement operation, is similar to in Firestore. And to delete, use delete or delete many. Okay. if you can see in the past slide, you said here observe or create. Okay, so this is the sentence or important to set. And you can see orders, the where operation, or equal expressions. So, or there is less equal, greater equal. Some are expressions that we can use in our queries. Okay, oh, sorry. What is next? Okay, if you want to read with more info about queries and mutations, you can go to the documentation and read in detail how to works every filter, every directive, every operation, right? Okay, what's next? Okay, we are focusing in Firebase Data Connect and Flutter. That this is the important topic in this session, right? Okay, so we are focusing on Data Connect with Flutter. As you can see, there are steps to implement Firebase, Flutter, and Data Connect. So this is basic, so basic, I guess. I hope to you too. But the first step is configure Firebase. Okay. In this step, you have to create a Firebase project. This is very useful and normal to use Data Connect, and update the Firebase plan to Blaze. Don't forget about that, because it's important to use the instance, database, memories, storage in the Google Cloud. Okay. The second step is setting up Firebase locally. Okay. The first one is install Firebase CLI and login it. The typical npm install -g Firebase CLI and login with your Google account. This is the typical step that you need. The second is install Flutter CLI. This is very useful for Flutter developers that use Flutter and Firebase. So with Dart pop global, activate Flutter CLI. I guess that this is the command. I don't remember if this is true. And the last one is configure the project with Flutter. Flutter configure the project ID, and that's it. But if you want more info, obviously you can go to the documentation and add Firebase to Flutter app. It's very basic to Flutter developers. Okay. The next step is set up the Flutter project. Obviously, create the Flutter project. This is very important. Or if you have an existing project, it's okay, no problem. The second is add Flutter configure project. This is the step that I mentioned in the past slide. Add the Firebase core and Firebase Data Connect packages in the pop dev. Okay, this is the last version for the moment, working in Android, iOS, macOS. I hope in the future works with Windows, with web. That is very important. And this is an additional step if you want to use the Visual Studio Code and install the extension Firebase Data Connect to handle or to support how to work with Data Connect. And it's very interesting to use it. Okay. What is the next step? Initialize Data Connect. This is very important. If you install the extension in Visual Studio, you can see these messages in the first time. No Data Connect YAML file. So in this case, you run Firebase init. This is the command, but in my case, I happened this error. I don't know why, but I want to execute Firebase tools init Data Connect, obviously in my project ID, but if you happen this error, or if you occurs this error, that is normal, you can type Firebase init data connect, and automatically after the Flutter file, obviously, because with Flutter file identify what is the project ID. But in this case, Firebase init data connect automatically detect what is the project ID. So in this case, initialize the project, show different logs and questions. For example, if you want to configure Cloud SQL, yes. If you want to use service, this is the database. The ID for the Cloud SQL instance, this is the instance. The location, I choose US Central. What is the other questions? ID for the new database. So this is a kind of ID. And the provision for the Cloud SQL instance. In this case, I choose yes. And finally, create all the YAML files and GraphQL files to create the schemas, queries, and mutations. And that's it. This is the steps. And this is recommended when I want to create the schema or the queries or mutations. The idea is execute this command, Firebase data connect SDK generate watch, to listen every change in my schema. I don't know, if I want to create a schema, automatically data connect sends this schema to Firebase and PostgreSQL, obviously. Or if I want to modify the schema or create it or remove it, this is very useful to keep listen these changes. Even though with queries and mutations is very useful as well. Okay. And what is the other step? GraphQL from the Flutter project. So when in the past step, let me show you again. Set here exists data connect YAML schema.jql, that this is the GraphQL extension, connectors .yaml, etc. So you can see this is the connector YAML file that is generated in our project. So this is the structure generate that SDK. This is the output for the Dart file that is generated with data connect and this connector and GraphQL files. And this is the package. For example, in this case is movies, but maybe it depends on the project. It could be orders or movies or products, etc. After that, you set the schema.jql and set the table. In this case, the name is movie, the movie table. ID, in this case is UID. And set a version for default. This is a default value. Title in string, image in string, genre in string. Maybe this string is nullable. This is not nullable. Okay, to keep on mind. After that, if I want to create a query, this is queries.jql. I create the query. In this case, the name of the query is list movies. That is similar to the name of the function that generates in the Dart files. The authentication directive, the level is public. So in this case, all the people have access to this data. In the movies, I want to select the ID, title, image URL, and genre. It's like a select from table. It's similar to SQL sentence. And the last one is mutations.jql. In this case, I'm going to create a movie. And this is the name of the function as well. And set the title in string, genre, string, image URL, string. The out level is user. So in this case, if I want to create a movie, I must to authenticate in my application. I set the movie insert. Don't forget the insert, or maybe offset, could be. And this is the data. The data is title, genre, and image URL. Okay, and what's the next? Implement that from the Flutter project. After that, create the queries, mutation, obviously the scheme, this is the first step, and save the changes. Data connect, generate the classes classes and files, and the idea is called with this name. For example, if in the past step set movies here, so in this case the name is movies and concat connector. So in this case is movies connector. And set the instance because all in Firebase is single instance. If you can see Firebase authentication or Cloud Firestore or Firebase storage is single instance. And call the method that is create movie that you can see. This is the same name, create movie. Okay, and set the values and pass the values, title, genre, and image URL. And call the execute to run the transaction or run the query. This is a future method. We can use async await or dent. Is your criteria, no problem. And for a search is similar. Movies connector, instance, list movies. In the past step, what is the name? List movies, okay. And execute. And in this case, we got the data is similar to DO, HTTP, or any other API client solution. Res response res.data.movies and get the movies that in this case is here, movies. Other feature that I like it because in Cloud Firestore you can use real time with streams. In Data Connect is possible, but could be the same, but I don't think so. But the idea is subscribe and listen the changes. For example, I have the list movies. I want to get the list movies, in this case with a query ref. I have to subscribe to get the changes. In this case is list ref.subscribe.listen. It's like a string feature, and the idea is get the data, and when I have to create another movie, for example, movies connector, create movie, title, genre, image, execute, and after that, when the creation was successful, I have to call this method that is listRef. As you can see, this query ref dot execute to update and call the data and get the data in a real time. This is a good feature because the idea is if real time has this subscription, Cloud Firestore 2, in this case, Data Connect, the idea is have the same feature and get the data in real time. Okay. This is interesting because Firebase Data Connect with artificial intelligence. Why not? This is AI is a trend. Is the last technology in this time. So why not integrate artificial intelligence or AI in the project? So it exists two ways. The first way is using Gemini to develop and integrating Vertex to use in a real world, to say that. The first one is we can use Gemini in the Firebase console to create custom queries, custom schemas, or mutations with a prompt and natural language. If you can see the video, this is a video that I take from the Firebase blog. You can set the prompt in the schema generator and show all the schema. Obviously, you can update the schema if the schema is not good for you, or interact with Gemini to create the schema, the queries, the mutations. So this is interesting and excellent to, I don't know, to save time in think what is the schema that I need, for example. If you want to more info, obviously, you can go to the documentation, design prompts to use third-party AI assistants to create schemas, queries, mutations. And this is more complex because this is implementing Vertex AI in our projects. Obviously, with this feature, we have to enable PG vector extension in Cloud SQL. You have to follow the steps in the documentation. But what is the function to use Vertex AI with Data Connect? I don't know, maybe to make a semantic search or a recommendation system, for example, I want to recommend the sci-fi movies or the superhero movies. So in this case, is useful to get all the data based on sci-fi movies or superhero movies, or even though use a retrieval augmented generation. This is useful to integrate LLM or large language model or AI, obviously. But the idea is interact AI with just our model, because obviously Gemini has a lot of information. But what is the problem? If want to integrate the whole information, it's difficult to get specific results. So in this case, with a retrieval augmented generation or RAG, is very easy and optimized to get results for our database or our information. Okay. If you want more info, obviously you can go to the documentation, perform vector search with Vertex AI. So this is interesting to check and implement it to test if it is viable for you or not. Okay. Okay, before to finish, really I recommend to using Data Connect. Obviously, it's still working, is not ready for production. I know that is available, but the idea is take a look, implement in depth how to works. In this case, for the queries, for the mutations. If you are not expert in SQL, you can be expert in GraphQL, or maybe in both. Why not? Is your decision. But I like this structure because I like the order, the organization, and SQL is more ordered than Mongo or CloudFister. I know that these databases are useful, but I prefer this order with rows and columns. Is my opinion, or is subjective, because I like it work with relational database. I like the order and organization. But I don't know, maybe with this tool, even though Data Connect is using, or you can integrate with AI. And what is the idea? Data Connect, AI, Flutter, and with this combination, maybe your applications going to the next level and combine all the technologies that is used in the real world. A real application using database with SQL, not directly, but using Data Connect. And I want to integrate AI to improve the search or recommendations, or set a chat to interact with the user. I don't know, but this is the idea. Okay, and that's it. People, thank you so much, and I hope to review after this session, review Data Connect, and maybe in my social network, if you want to questions or something about that, I'm free to answer. Okay. Thank you again. And see you in the QA sessions. See you. Bye bye.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Fabian. Thank you for this session, especially for paying attention to the security side. And we are going to our final for today. Final speaker, Minal Jain, built spectacular OTT apps with Flutter.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session in this Flutter Global Summit. I'll be talking about another important aspect of all the mobile applications, which is a video player. Video player is widely used in most of the applications in different formats. Be it if it is the most important feature of the application, if it's a video streaming application, or otherwise there can be different use cases of the video player. Let's take an example of an OTT application where video player is the most important feature in that particular application, correct? So Flutter also has uh, its own native video player, which works very well on almost all the platforms which Flutter supports, be it Android, iOS, web, or the desktop. But there are a few limitations. We'll discuss about it during our talks. So let's start the session. I'll quickly introduce myself before we begin. My name is Mrinal Jain, and I'm a open source enthusiast, and that is the reason you might see a lot of open source uh, contributions and collections and attachments in my profile, correct? So as you can see, all this open source contributions which I have done. I am also running a community of Flutter developers in my local city uh, by the name of Flutter Indore. I've also contributed to a lot of open source organizations like Hour of Code and stuff. I'm also working as a full-time Flutter developer for a company named Wittyfeed. Yeah. So let's start with the session. So basically, video player. So video player is a plugin which is provided by the Flutter team. It is great, but it does not provide the UI controls to manage the player. It just runs a video and everything has to be managed manually. Like, even if we need to make a simple play pause action, you need to make a complex UI for it. Progress bar, it is not there. Animations, playlist and stuff, right? You don't have anything. For example, even if I have a requirement to check any error feedback, loading fallbacks, uh, those are the stuff which are not provided by the Flutter's video player plugin, correct? So there is a requirement of, there is a scope of improvement basically. So what we'll be learning throughout the session is how we can improve the Flutter's video player, and sort of how can we make a layer above the video player and make it much better looking as well as much better in terms of functionalities, correct? So that is something which we'll try to do. So this is a simple comparison which I have tried to draw. So if you will see at the left side of the screen, this is something a very generic video player which is provided by the Flutter's video player, correct? Like the official video player plugin which you will see in the Dart, you will get it. So with the help of creating a lot of UI layers above the Flutter player, this is something which we'll try to make, which you can see in the afters GIF, that you can draw a layer above the video player. You can create progress bar, play, pause buttons. Also, you can create a full screen toggle, which is basically not available in the native video player plugin, which is provided by the Flutter. Correct. So these are the basic things which we can do in the video player. Now, as I have mentioned previously, that these are the features which we can make with the help of Flutter's video player. Yeah, so as we were discussing few limitations which are there in the plugin which is provided by Flutter for video player. So the proposed solution is the plugin which would work under the hood and let you create amazing looking player with all the necessary functionalities which a video player should have. Correct. So if we talk about the features which can be provided by the modified video player, would be the very first thing would be the UI widgets to control the player, like play, pause, and progress bar, which are missing somewhere in the basic video player. And then the modern video players also have the auto hide feature of the controls. You just tap on the screen and the controls just fade away, and then there can be a functionality with the help of which you can just double tap on the right side of the screen or the left side of the screen to basically fast forward the video. That can be built with the help of the custom video player. Also, you can perform various operations on the video player with the tap property, because Flutter provides a very useful widget of gesture detector with the help of which you can basically detect all kind of interactions with the screen, be it single tap, double tap, long press, and all those kind of actions. Correct. Another important functionality which is missing from the basic video player is the full screen functionality, and then switching back to the normal screen. So that is something which can be made with the help of the modified video player. True. And then you can innovate more and more and build upon a lot of animations if possible, and then different things. So these are the few basic things which are required for with the help of a new proposed video player, which can be made on the top of Flutter video player. Correct. So if we move ahead and discuss about the architecture of the modified video player which we will be using, so it would be something like this, that at the base level, obviously the official video player plugin would be working at the base level, because all the functionality and the streaming of the video, be it from a local file asset or from the network, that thing would be taken care by the video player plugin. At the top of video player plugin, what we can do is we can create some sort of methods which are interacting with the video player and giving us the required solution or required functionality which we want video player to do. So we can divide those three methods into the different managers. Let's suppose we call them video manager, control manager, and display manager. We'll discuss the functionalities of these three things later. Correct. And then at the top they can be the common widgets, or let's suppose a dedicated widget for a dedicated functionality which you want to make. For example, there can be a widget which is used for toggling sound. There can be a widget which is used for managing the volume, full screen widget, and all those stuff. So this is the basic architecture which we can follow while modifying our video player, so that it is a production ready video player which can be used in any of the application. Correct. Okay, so if we talk deeply about this architecture, and if we take every single point which we discussed in deeply, so basically what would be the functionality of the video player which we are using, the basic plugin which is provided by the Flutter, correct? So the Flutter video player plugin would be used to stream video on the native devices, which is the base of our architecture, correct? Next we would be having the layer of different managers which would be managing interactivity with the official video player plugin, correct? So basically we talk about the video manager. So video manager initializes and manages all these three different managers, correct, which are responsible for interacting with the video player plugin to perform actions on the player like play, pause, seek, and listen to the current state of the player. All of these sub-managers implement with the help of change notifier, which is provided by the provider package. We use provider package to manage all the sub-manager state changes in the widgets. Talking about the video manager manages video related operations like initializing the video, how much video is played, basically video progress, is the video buffering, or is there any change in the video. So all these things are managed by the video manager. Then talking about the control manager, so this manager manages controls for the video like play, pause, mute, unmute, toggle full screen, seeking the video, replaying the video. All these important functionalities would be taken care by the control manager. The third thing which we are talking about is the display manager. So basically the display manager manages all the UI related functionalities like auto hide of controls, showing the controls on the tap of the screen, showing forward and backward seek widgets, and other display related stuff which we want to show on our video player, correct? So these are the methods which would be taking care of this functionalities at the backend, but we need something at the front end to make sure that the user interaction is possible. So that is something which we can create with the help of the customized widgets in the UI, which will take help of all these three methods and give the user a proper functionality, be it play, pause, toggle, mute, full screen, anything, correct? So the widgets which we are talking about, the customized widgets, are commonly used controls and actions which the user will interact with like play, pause. These widgets interact with the above sub-managers to perform operations. For example, play toggle listens to the video managers and checks if the video is playing or paused and accordingly updates the UI. And furthermore, there can be different widgets, like there can be another sound toggle widget which takes care of the icon. If it's the video is playing on mute, the icon would be of unmute and vice versa, correct? Another example which we can think of is a widget which is used for showing the progress bar, and if you want to seek the video to a certain time level, you can use it with the help of dragging. So that is something also which we can make. Yeah, so we discussed about the common widget ideas which we can make with the help of this methods and implement it in our video player plugins. True. So like these all widgets are the widgets which enable developers to quickly arrange these widgets using the Flutter layout widgets and create a custom looking video player with just few lines of the code. You can also create your own widgets using complex requirements and interacting with these managers which are given at the middle of the layer, which is interacting between the video player and our widgets. So this is the basic idea which we can use to create a layer above our video player plugin and in between the UI widgets which we are trying to make, correct? So talking about next set of commonly used widgets, these are the list of widgets which we can basically try making with the UI is provided. So the very first could be a play toggle which plays and pauses the video. Another could be a sound toggle which basically mutes and unmutes the video. Another can be a full screen toggle. Then we can make a video progress bar. Another widget could be a widget which is showing the total duration of the video, or another widget which can made is the current time at which the video is playing. Video buffering video can be widget can be made with the help of a progress bar, which is basically showing us a circular progress bar when the video is buffering. And then there can be multiple widgets which we can make. Another set of widgets which are coming to my mind, which we can make with the help of methods which we just discussed, can be the widgets which are not basically the UI widgets, but they help us getting some really important information about the video player. For example, is the video buffering? How much time is left in the video? Is there a next video available in the playlist? And all sorts of video player. Is the video muted? Is the video paused or not? If we want information from the player of this sort, we can also make this sort of listeners, correct? Yeah. So like once we are done and ready with the methods which we have written, what we have to do is, in order to use that particular thing, that particular plugin which we have created in our code, there can be different ways to use it. Like we can discuss about it. If we publish it in form of a Flutter package, so we can use it in this way, like our modified video player, and then later we include the video player, default video player of Flutter into our pubspec files and then use it. There are also different ways to use the code. You can use it locally as well by directly providing the path to the package file. Also, there can be different ways. You can use the GitHub URL as well, correct? So this is just a simple way to include the plugin. Now, if we discuss about the code, so that is something which you can see that once you have included your modified video player file into your working directory, then what you'll have to do is you'll have to create instance basically. Yeah, and an instance is basically a method way through which you can use all the functionalities of that particular plugin into your file. So if this is not visible clearly, we'll shift to the VS Code. So basically this is how you can use the video manager which you will be creating in your file system. So you need to initialize the video manager initially into your widget tree, and then in the video manager what you can do is you can initialize the video player controller. As we mentioned previously, that the methods which we are creating are just to interact with the Flutter's basic video player. So that is what we are gonna do. Our video manager is going to present the video controller which is provided by the Flutter, and then we'll provide it a video URL. So this is the basic way of initializing the video manager. There can be different properties which can be sort of given here in the video player controller, and it will accept all the properties which are accepted by the basic video player controller. So that is all you can write over here. And when at the end of the Flutter widget, you'll have to also dispose the video manager. So this is the configuration part of it. If we talk about the UI part of it, so basically it is a very simple UI structure. So what you'll have to do is whatever name you give to your widget, that widget would be taking 2 to 3 different parameters. The first one would be basically the video manager, which we initialized over here at the init state method of our widget tree. Then there are few optional parameters which you can pass. For example, the video player controls when the video is in the portrait mode, and then the video player controls which are in the landscape mode. So these are the widgets. If you want to use, let's say if you create your own UI element of play, pause and everything other stuff, so here you can include that particular widgets in the form of UI element. So that is what you can do over here, correct? So this is a very simple implementation of the video player, the extended video player, which you can make. Also, if you have some other requirements, for example, you want a video player which looks like the YouTube's video player, where you want a layer of playlist coming up in the form of slide up panel and all that stuff. So what you can do is basically you can convert this particular element inside a stack and then start using different stuffs above the video player or below the video player, wherever you want to use. So this is something which you can keep on innovating based on your requirements. Yeah, so basically this was the very basic implementation, how you can create a layer above the Flutter's basic video player and create your own implementations based on your requirements. Basically, there can be so many different ideas which you can implement in such way. There's one thing which is again really important, which is missing in the Flutter's video player, is the ability to sort of change different streaming qualities, which are very common in different video players nowadays. That is something which you can build upon this player with the help of this kind of methods and stuff. So yeah, different ideas are there, and there are also different video players which are available on the Flutter store, which are providing you this kind of functionalities. So if we come back to our PPT, so in conclusion, that is something which I wanted to share, that a video player is a very important functionality in your application, and you can or you should modify the Flutter video player based on your requirements and try to make it as more functional rich as possible. If we go to the pub store and see that like a list of video players which are available, so if you will see that the native video player is available for you, which is the player which we just discussed, which has very basic limited functionalities, but there are so many different plugins which have built upon the video player and made a very feature rich players. A few players which I can recommend are like this one, Chiwi. It's version 1.2.2. It has support for Android, iOS, web, basically all three platforms, and it provides almost all the basic functionalities which you would need into your video player. So this is something which you can definitely use. The concept which we just discussed, it is the same concept which almost all the video player plugins are using as of now. So this is something which I can recommend. Then if we go down the list, Flick video player is again a very sort of a gem of a player. It is not so popular, but again it gives you almost all the functionalities. It is provided by the geeky ends. So again, it is a really great plugin if you want to just plug and play with the basic requirements of a video player. Then there is another plugin which is really useful, which you can use as a video player option, is the Better Player. Better Player also provides you all the important functionalities which you have to uh, uh, have in your video player. Just look at the list of things which are provided by the video player. It also has a streaming quality controller where you can just provide a M308 URL and it will take care of all the different streaming qualities which the player can provide. For example, 240 pixels, 360, 1080, and all those stuff. So it is again a really important thing which a video player should have. So yeah, these are the few plugins which you can definitely use if you want to just plug and play in the video player. The functionality or the implementation is exactly the same as we discussed. Basically all the plugins which are there, which are providing video player functionalities, they somewhere down the line interact with the Flutter's basic video player and create a UI element at top of it, and between there is a layer which interacts with the UI elements and the Flutter's basic video player. So these are the few recommendations which definitely you can use. So that is something it from my side. Thanks a lot for listening. If there are queries in implementation while you're working on the Flutter video player, definitely I'll be happy to answer them. You can contact me on various social media channels. I'm available across the social media channels. You can contact me on LinkedIn, Twitter, or Instagram, wherever you feel like. Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for listening.
I'm muted again. I always do that. I'm sorry about that. And I was saying thank you, Minral, for this great session about build spectacular OTT apps with Flutter. And yeah, I guess it's a Q&A session time, and I see those guys on my backstage, and it's always pleasure to see you. Hello, Adbi.
Hey Ned, how's it going?
Going very well. A bit tired with the like 3 blocks and stuff, but no, I'm enjoying stuff. Hello, Fabian. How are you?
Hi everyone. Hi Ed. Hi Adbi. I'm
Hi
good.
Fabio.
Starting
Hi.
the day here.
And Mineral is also Mineral. Hello, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good. Hope you guys are doing great.
Great, thank you very much for joining, and let's just jump into those questions. I find them really curious ones. Abby, what specific steps do you take to prevent sensitive user data from being captured in cache reports from either tools?
At first, I would say that sensitive data would not be, captured in those tools, but if they are, they should be anonymous. So if they are really needed, they should be totally anonymous because there are some compliances, so we have to take care of that sensitive data.
Thank you very much. Makes sense. Makes sense. Please protect us, guys. Protect our privacy. That's the first. Thank you. And then we go to Fabian. And next question is, how does Firebase Data Connect handle schema migrations and versioning in a production environment?
Wow, this is a great question. So I know that Data Connect is in a public preview I know that in Firebase is stable, but the theme is handled in the GraphQL file, all the schema. If you modify the schema, modify the database and the tables. For the moment, is working on that. Um, I know that in CI/CD process you can execute the Firebase tools and set the data connect extension as well. So for the moment, I don't working with that in production. I working in progress in a own project. This own project is store my Funkos. So this is my testing to test data connect how to works, because I know that these tools is new, so
Right.
I have to grow, and the Firebase team evolves this tool.
Thank you very much. Right. All right. Thank you. And next goes to Mirnal. How do you handle video player performance optimization, memory, battery for long videos or playlists? Huh.
Okay, yeah. So that's a really nice question. So basically, the idea is to keep the video player chunks in a very smaller size. Let's say if you have a video which is of close to 50, 60 minutes, you don't necessarily have to buffer the entire amount or even the half of it. You can make sure that you are bringing in videos in packets of, let's say, 15 or 20 seconds each, so that there is pretty less for the mobile operating system to deal with. So that is one thing. In together, in general, we can call it streaming in M3 URLs, so that the video player is doing really less. So that is one thing which you should definitely do. And then second, if you have a continuous playlist, then making sure that you are really optimizing the video player controller. You are disposing it once it is not required. Also, to give a much optimal solution, if there is a upcoming video, just a sort of a cool tip, you can make sure that you preload as well the upcoming video. So the overall experience for the user is pretty much streamlined, and your mobile device doesn't have to do a lot. So these are the three things which you should definitely do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And next goes to Adbi. Have you already tried the new Sentry UI and what do you think about it?
Well, to be honest, in production, actually, I'm using some tools like Firebase Crashlytics right now, and Sentry is kind of, you know, great tool, but I'm not using it in production, so I haven't tried the new Sentry UI yet. But what I, by what I'm watching some videos and some tutorials is really great, is really detailed, and you have a lot of information to, debug in a fast way and answer the user needs as fast as possible.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the opinion. And next to you, Fabian. What is the recommended strategy for handling complex dynamic queries where the exact fields needed aren't known upfront or vary greatly?
Okay, for this complex, maybe has two options. The first one is handle all with filters. When I don't know if you use SQL, in SQL you use where or order by or limit, offset, or all these kind of operations. And the second option could be use Vertex AI. Is a little complex because in my case I am not a AI expert, but I reading about that. And what is the option? implement the vector data type to handle these kind of questions is similar when you write a prompt in Gemini. So for data connect with Vertex AI could be the option to handle these complex queries or complex searching and make
Thank you.
recommendations as well.
Thank you. Thank you. But now going to you. How do you debug platform-specific video playback issues like codecs, hardware, acceleration?
Sure. So yeah, it has been a really problematic part in terms of how do you specifically sort of debug the video player issues, because all the analytic solutions or the uh, solutions which we were discussing like Sentry or anything, they just allow you to debug or record any specific solutions. But there is one specific plugin which I have used, which is related to Mux Video Player. They don't have an official plugin yet, but with the help of platform channels, you can directly connect it with their APIs and send them the video player events with the help of video player controller. It gives you a really nice analytics about each and everything which is happening during the video playback. So it will give you every specific detail about the when the video started, even if the user is changing the volume. That is also something which you'll get to know. So that specific thing is something which is really important to measure, and especially regarding the codecs, it also tells you that uh, which user is using which one, and how many users are watching at how many pixel rate as well. So it gives you very specific um, information about the video player. So that is something which I have been using a lot, and it helps me a lot.
Thank you for your recommendations. Very precious. Albi, how do you integrate real device testing with Sentry and Firebase Crashlytics in your CI/CD pipeline to catch production-only bugs?
So it depends on your CI/CD pipeline. I think most of them give support to Sentry and Firebase Crashlytics, but you have to take care of the environment variable, because there are some bugs that only happen, on QA or development or debug. So you have to take care of the filters. So the production is a filter in Sentry. In Firebase, I don't think there are a filter for the bugs, the bug environment bugs. So there are only production bugs. And if you have a CI/CD pipeline, you have to take care of the tests of the crashes, and these guys is pretty much straightforward. If you have if you take a look at the documentations, they are pretty straightforward. If you use like Code Magic, has a vast support for Flutter and Firebase, and Firebase is a tool that is really integrated to Flutter. They are kind of brothers, like brother, like siblings, and it's pretty straightforward. There are a lot of tutorials, and the documentation is really
Right.
well written.
Thank you. Thank you. And going back to you, Fabian, what are the cold start performance issues for data connect queries of Cloud SQL, and how can they be mitigated?
Okay, I for the moment I don't have to make these migrations, but in this case, the data connect queries. Okay. In this part, I don't work at all in these performance issues, But what is the idea? Handle these issues maybe with a kind of trackability, maybe with analytics or even crashlytics in this case to handle these issues. But what is the idea with these performance issues? For the moment, with my project, with the project that I am doing, I don't have any issues. But the idea is when the project is scaling, if it's necessary to find it, the idea is attack this. But what is the recommendation? It's not necessary touch the Cloud SQL if it's not necessary, and the idea is work only with the environment in Firebase. So in this case, with the Data Connect and the project with Flutter.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your opinion. And let's go back to Mirnal. What are the trade-offs when integrating third parties analytics or advertising SDKs into this custom video player?
Okay, so the first thing which comes as a trade-off is that you need to manage all the three platforms. If you are using all the three platforms of Flutter, which is, I mean, Android, iOS, and web, so you'll have to manage all the three platforms separately because you will be working with the platform channels a lot in order to sending the events. Because the video players are completely different on each platform. Android gives you exo player, iOS gives you AV player. So the performance is completely different. So that is one thing. The that the overall size of the package basically increases a bit. But that trade-off is something which will give you some really good insights about the video player. So it's a win-win situation as a developer and as a product for both of us. So that is something which definitely can be done. Yep.
Thank you very much. And next one, Abby, how to justify the cost of using both Sentry and Firebase Crashlytics, especially for smaller teams?
Oh, perfect question. Oh, well, at first, both Sentry and Firebase Crashlytics are kind of low cost or even free, if depending on the cases that you are using. And my recommendation is, as you scale, you have to take a look at the cases that you are using Sentry and Firebase Crashlytics, and if they are, really, if they are happening really often, you have to, or choose one of them because they have a cost and you have to take care of it. And you could use one of them, only Sentry. You have a lot of information, details, and a very great dashboard. Firebase Crashlytics is a tool that is really easy to integrate with Flutter and other Firebase tools. And if you have a small team, my short answer would be choose only one of them. Or if you are going to use both of them, you have to be really specific, only for some cases or a few cases. Not, you have to take care of the frequency of the exceptions. That's what you really have to take care of.
Okay, guys, if you're small, be picky. That's what it means. All right, and the last one goes to you, Fabian. Beyond the mentioned pricing and operations, what are the hidden costs of scaling limitations users might encounter with Cloud SQL instances managed by Data Connect?
Okay, this is a good question because maybe the people understand that Data Connect is or has a low price. I know that Data Connect handle 250,000 operations with not cost, but after 1 million cost $4. but it's only the operations that we use Data Connect. But the instance, if you want to increment the storage, the memory, or use other instance in other locations, this is other cost. So in this case, you have to keep in mind that this instance in Google Cloud could be increment, and you have to control it. So the idea is review this part. And other thing is if you want to use Vertex AI as well.
Thank you very much. Yes, control your spendings.
Yeah.
That's very important. Not only on all these services, but well, all this cloud stuff. Yeah. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for joining, for your sessions, your expertise and smiles. Thank you very much. And I always encourage speakers to write some post after that and mention this talk, maybe mention Geekle, me, and these folks who actually asked questions. And yeah, share your slides, whatever you want. Thank you very much, Mernal. Thank you, Fabian. Thank you, Adbi.
Hey, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, guys. It was a really great time to have you guys here, and hope to be here next 7th.
I hope to. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, and have a nice end of the day. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the day one of the Flutter Global Summit is over, but this is an AI edition. So tomorrow we'll have the I believe 10 talks about AI in production, AI as dev tool, AI everything. And I'm surprised actually. This time I hear about this AI like it's a natural part of the development, a natural part of this products we build. So what a times, right? So yep, see you tomorrow. And yeah, if you still don't have a ticket for tomorrow's day, use promo code live. It will provide 20% of discount, and come and jump in. Okay, see you tomorrow, hopefully, and have a nice day or evening, whatever you have. Bye.